Hello, hello. It's Wild. How's everybody doing? Hope you're doing well. Today, we got more Steam games. It is a game from a Steam list, so we're gonna keep going down that list that never ends as new games keep being added, and I really can't do anything about it. I'm just stuck in perpetuity playing these games until this list ends. That's just my programming. But today, we got Citizen Sleeper. We played a bit of it last time, so it's not a surprise to anybody that we're playing it again a little more. So without much further ado, let's start the game. Yeah, we do know that there's a second one, but that's not the point. Yeah, I think we have to actually be on this side because we have a lot of text, a lot of things that get read. I don't quite remember what we were doing last time, so hopefully we can figure it out. Let me just bring out my controller, and we are ready to begin. I did use controller, or no. I think I did use mouse and keyboard last time I played this. So we're fading, so we need to rest. We do have the money to buy another medicine, I think. We do not have a medicine on us. We'll be fading, so that meaning we will go down to 3, but we should still be fine. Not gonna be a problem. I don't feel like sunbathing is worth it. I feel like 3 is basically the most I'm gonna get. So tomorrow there'll be somebody coming. Alright. Let's go end the cycle. And start a new one. We got a 6, a 1, and a 2. Not great numbers, to be honest. What do you got for me, merchant? Buy shipments. We can haggle over prices. What are the likelihood? 50% negative. 75% chance. I mean, we can... Wait, before I do that. What's our data like? Sorry, what's our... Oh, so if we do anything else, we're gonna get haunted. Need ones. Alright, we got the data. Those threads wrap around you, bind you, to test you. Entity, submit. Hunter Strange head bobs in your vision. Your ally in the sealed dock cannot save you. In that gloved head, you see a whirling string of data. So many spinning in there that they are threatening to tear through the skin and whip out into the void around. What happened to this creature? The threads squeeze and you lose any sympathy you may have had. You must escape. Straight. You lash out once more, pushing Hunter back, severing threads that regrow as fast as they are broken. As you slip away, you realize you have to find a way to deal with Hunter once and for all. This is getting too dangerous. I kind of already know how to deal with him. Apparently I just lie to him, or actually I just tell him, hey, yes, you are actually sentient. Haha. Well, I got the thing I needed, so... let's go back. Wait, before I do that... Well, I am declining. I guess it hurt me to do that. Yeah, I got a stabilizer, which I need. Have your data. You have been hacked. As you turn away from the terminal, the final cache of Jagan data uploaded. The air crackles with the white noise. Sleeper. Savine's voice, weaker than before, comes through the haze. Savine? The sigh of relief comes through the layers of the noise. The call must be coming from somewhere on the station. This has to be short. I don't know if Yadagan are monitoring me. The voice is hushed, distant, and you try to focus on it. The data you've been bringing in from Yaragan agents. There's something in it. I do not understand. A shrill howl rattles through the signal. This data is all gleaned from their implants, records of integration with their nervous systems, performance analysis, error rates, usage data. I installed many of these implants, and I didn't enable any of this functionality. Your voice dips under the level of the noise, like a swimmer slipping through beneath the water. You listen to the waves for a few seconds before Savine reemerges. It has to be somehow backed into the wetware's interface, and that's not all. Systems compiling the data are connected to some kind of transmission protocol. It's being broadcast. What? Wait, what? Every Yatagan enforcer is equipped with black market implants, retinal enhancements, adrenaline boosters, pain suppressors. These implants are gathering data on themselves, on the enforcers' bodies, on their performance. Why? I can't tell. But I can promise you, these foot soldiers have no idea what this is going on. The background tone switches, dropping to a grainy rumble. If they knew, I don't imagine they would be happy with the situation. Yatagan could have a mutiny on their hands. You lean towards the terminal, straining to listen to Savine's faint voice. I need a few cycles to put all this together, but this might be enough information. This might be the information. I need to pressure Yannick into releasing my debt. Yannick? He's the one of the heads of Yatagan. They pause. It is better you don't know about him. Keep that way. Suddenly a banging echoes through the call. Savine's voice is suddenly whispered, panicked. I have to go. Come back in 4 cycles. Then the sharp crack of a disconnect. Silence fills the apartment. Step back from the terminal. What does Yatagan have to gain from monitoring its own members? Try to recall what you know of the gang, but you have little to go on. Think Toshiro, Savine's minder, his mirrored teardrop implants, set below hard eyes. What data could they be gathering? More importantly, where are they sending it? I don't know. I don't really know enough about the game to basically tell you why they're doing these things, but I guess it's some sort of plot device. You reflexively rub your forehead, trying to think. You really trust Savine? How did they come to be Yatagan's doctor in the first place? You think of their kindness, their care, but also that glazed look of recognition they gave you when they first met you. The look stays in your mind as you slip back out of the apartment, glancing around you as you close it up and drift into the corridors of the station, unable to shake up the unpleasant sensation of being observed. That did not give me a level. So, no bueno. You're also here. Buy the scrap later, that's not a problem. I should only do guaranteed successes. Well, there's mate. I also do need the money, so. So I can sell my ship mines, but I don't really want to, because overall I paid too much for them. Still gone for 3 days. Good haggle. Okay, take a risky. An engineer. I do need to eat sometime soon. Kinda need to also figure out what's going on here. Give me. Damn. Not great. Well, now I need to eat. Take my food. And I will definitely go back to the apartment and definitely take one of these, 'cause I'm dying. Body repaired, that's good. Doesn't give me the access to the 2 other things I've lost though. So it's pointless. Ooh, we got decent dice. We should be able to finish this one, actually. We put a 4. 4 is 50% neutral. Yeah. We'll do a 4, so that way we get a success regardless of whatever happens here. Yeah, we cannot do that anymore. Each shift, a crowd of would-be workers gathers outside the shipyard, each of them clinging to a 4-digit number printed on their receipt paper. These are assigned numbers. You are either called for a shift, or you aren't. As you arrive, the crowd is restless, and the chatter rumbles throughout the lines. For those who, like you, had graduated to the work teams, shifts are guaranteed. Having just walked out of a meeting with a supervisor where you are praised for your efforts, you feel the glow of a job well done. Yet, you can't help but feel empathy for those huddled as you pass, waiting for their number to come up. You keep your head down as you leave the shipyard, feeling a little guilty as you do. Hey, sleeper, wait up! Lem's voice trembles as you shouts above the rumble of the crowd, and you turn to see him pushing through, Mina crying in his arms. Lem! Good to see you, friend, he is breathing hard after shouldering through the waiting workers. You made the work team. Good for you. He tries to catch his breath, stroking Mina's hair as he does. Shh, baby, give me a second here. He smiles weakly at you as he comforts her. I cannot speak today. Comforts her. And her cry starts to fade. Out of the crowd, he sets Mina down by his side, shiny streaks down both of her cheeks. As he does, you see he is clutching an assignment number on a crumpled piece of paper. Waiting on a shift? Uh-huh, you know how it is. He puts his hand on her shoulder and she clings to his side. Esther, who usually takes her, is sick. He stretches. I don't know what. A noise sounds from the entrance, a klaxon followed by a list of numbers growing brightly on a spray screen. The crowd responds instantly, pushing and pulling as people try to wade through the entry checkpoint. Lem stops and turns back from the crowd, then glances down at the crumpled paper. That's my number. Shit, Mina. Go. I'll watch her. He blinks a little, staringly. Thank you, I'll... He crouches to Mina. You're gonna stay with your friend here, okay? They're gonna keep you safe, and... He stands back up. Here, take her bag. He shoves it into your hands. She's got food, she's got... Shit, I gotta go. He backs away into the crowd. Mina, I'll be back real soon, okay? Be good. Then Lem disappears into the roiling crowd, who are now trying to get into the shipyard before it locks down. Lem is so dead. I really do hope he is not coded to die, because this is tragic if it is. Mina stands, staring, suddenly small without Lem on his side. She's so cute. Look at that cute. She's got like a wild mane, that's for sure. Look at that wild mane of a hair. She fixes you with dark-eyed look she can't quite read. Hey, Mina. She holds the stare unmoving. The two parallel tear tracks seal glint. I feel like you don't really tell a kid you okay. You definitely just look in the bag. You latch the top of the bag and see a few metal containers. Fishing from scrap components, a battered slate sits on top, blinking a low battery warning tucked in beside a ragged rabbit. Take the rabbit. Put the rabbit out of the bag, its long lips wagging as you do. Mina goes to jump and grabs it, but holds herself back. She stands and hugs it herself, eyes on rabbit. Give her the rabbit. What's their name? Mina turns away and looks to the entrance of the shipyard. This isn't going well. Give her the rabbit. You hold the rabbit out, and Mina snatches out of your hand. She hugs it tightly without looking away. Bun Bun, she says, staring you down. It's ferocious despite her size. Hi, Bun Bun. You move a little closer as you speak, close into the gap. He doesn't speak, she says. She looks at you suspiciously, but her face softens a little. He waggles Bun Bun in front of you and then walks him up to your arms and into your shoulders where he sits. He pokes at your arm on the river. Are you really a robot? Sort of. Yeah, she thinks. Me too. Mina has more questions. Lots of questions. Questions about how you breathe, if you rust. But before long, you are talking about rabbits or what Esther, the lady who usually takes her, smells like. And whether or not fairies live in the eyes eating pipes. You pass time like this, sitting side by side on the floor, on the walkway as others pass by, sometimes talking, sometimes drawing on the slate, sometimes playing with Bun Bun and the rabbit. This is how Lem finds you. Just both of you as you're starting to yawn. He is dirty and tired, but Mina leaps up his legs into his arms as he tumbles backwards. You two get on okay? He tries, trying to keep Mina from climbing onto his shoulders. More than okay. Mina shoots at you a smile from Lem's arms. Her suspicion's gone. Well, 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 looks like a meanie can be nice. He pokes her in the ribs and she squeals in delight. Thank you, friend. I mean it. He gives you a warm, white smile. I owe you. Look, he glances around. It seems like Esther, the lady who usually watches her, is going to be out for a spell. If you ever have some time, I'd really appreciate you coming down to her place in Lowen. He grins. If you have the time. But now, I have to take this one to eat! He plays at biting Mina. She giggles in response. See, this is a wholesome. They're wholesome. Nothing bad is going to happen to these poor two. If anything happens to them, I'm burning the entirety of this place down. See you, sleeper. He waves and they stumble down the corridor, drawing gazes from the passing spacers as Mina's laughter echoes down the corridor in bright squeals. That's so cute. I got a new drive. Can be an engineer. Lateral assembly. You have been promoted to the assembly team, working into the hull itself, welding fabricated blocks of the ship into a vast job. Nice. I am now an engineer. Which is surprising given the fact I have no engineering, or I have very little engineering skill for the majority of that time. I didn't get paid for that though. I want to get paid. I gotta wait for that. Oh, I got the unit here. Babysit Mina. It isn't engaged. Lem can't work shifts in the shipyard unless someone watches Mina. You two seem to get along last time. Lem is desperate. How desperate are we talking about here? Unless Lem gets a ticket to the shipyard, he won't qualify for Cinderella luck. Watching Mina gives him that chance. Okay, well, I don't like how there's a negative for that. Can't do either of them. I don't have interface, which I require for those. You can sell ship mines. Can export. Okay, but where do I get that? 150? Are you kidding me? That's so much money. What's in the hub? The hub has spatialization or admin. I feel like I would just risk this, I guess. Weightless Wanderer, perk, Thrill Seeker. Okay, so this gives me nothing right now. I guess that's sort of like where you go to talk to people. I'm stable. I want to make money so I can sell it. Guess I want to work at the bar? There's a lot of things to do, but not a lot of things that pay, I guess. That's 100% positive. That's 50% positive, 50% neutral. Sure. 50 cryos, not bad. We can now buy one of these. Also get some scrap components. Now we can sell the scrap. Then I can sell the scrap again. Most trusted trader. What does that do? Port fabricator. Ship mines cannot be built from scratch, but if you have enough, salvage fragments can be reassembled into a fabricator. Ooh. Here you go. Give me a ship mine. Alright. I have my ship mine. I can give it to her. We have one upgrade point, so. Here's your ship mine. It took me a while to find what I needed to do for it. You drop the shipmine core onto the galley table with an empathetic bang. Kita spins around from where she's been poring over some documents in her slate. Holy shit, Sleeper. Did you actually land the shipmine? He rushes over and hefts of the huge cylinder, turning it back and forth. Well, shit. It might actually work. She smiles wider than you ever seen. Where'd you get it? I built it. Built it? Well, you are full of surprises. Kita bangs on the galley wall. Hear that, Amber? Sleeper's got you a new ship mine. Sound echoes down from the ship's passages. You have to admit, being in a small space with Kita when she's this excited is a little intimidating. Kita puts the ship mine back on the table. I'll start with the process of fitting it as soon as I can. I might need your help with some of it. She heads towards the back of the counter, grab her slate. This ain't the only good news today either. Looks like my good karma is finally coming in. She throws her slate on the table and spins it so you can see the screen. Take a look at this. You see a list of names and numbers, nothing exciting, along with what looks a transit timetable. I found them. Thieves? Exactly. Well, the thief, singular. He points at the name on the list, or more specifically, Ashton Cade. It was his past that was used to access Amber and slice the ship mine. I thought he might have been killed or robbed, his past stolen, but it turns out he crossed the Founder's Gap to the very next cycle. Founder's Gap? Big rift of the station. Can't cross it without the Founder's Ferry. She leans back in her seat. I know some of the crew over the ferry. Old Mercs used to run the outfit I worked with. I saw them in the Overlook, and they mentioned they saw Ashton crossing. I checked the manifest, and there he was. Looks suspicious, but he hasn't said a word since the theft. Anyone waiting to hide out might head to the Greenway and go through the ground. Flexes. Who? Who what? Character? Don't worry about it. There's a lot of... This game is very narratively focused. Also, hello Jades. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. He won't get far, though there is no real dock out there. Only a couple of jetties in the waste. So what now? Now I fit the ship mine. That's the first priority. She pauses. But maybe you could help me out? Don't tell me I gotta go for him. Why can't you do anything yourself? I've done everything for you. Where's this going? It's like this. I head over there, especially in Amber. He'll spot me a mile off and go underground. He'll find a way to slip the station, or he'll bury himself so deep in the waste that nobody will ever find him. But you... Ashton doesn't know you. All I need for you is to go there and sniff around. Not the commune, not the stacks. He will have gone to the edges, the margins, the wild places. That's where Ashton likes. You see him, you locate him, ping me on this. He hands you a comm earpiece. Seeing as this is Merc work, I'll be happy to give you Merc pay. She shifts in her seat. Thing is, I haven't got much left, so how about I tell you the boys who run the ferry to give you a discount? No, it's not much, but once I grab this coward, I'll pay up. 200 cryo, no less. Ooh, a discount on this ferry, I'll take that. What do you say? Okay. She gives you a heavy whack on the shoulder. Good, I owe ya. She lifts the ship on the shoulder with worrying ease. I'm going to get this and fit it into Amber's core. You get any info, any sense of where Ashton's hiding, let me know. He goes to turn and then stops. And once again, Sleeper, thank you. I appreciate it. Kita stops into the guts of the Amber with the ship mine, leaving you in the galley. You glance around, a sudden nervous energy descending as was to come. You never thought of what you'd get at work as a mercenary. But then again, it seems the eye is full of surprises. Why is she whacking us? She's actually kind of happy with just giving her basically what would be the AI of a ship, I guess. Like what requires a ship to run. She was not very trusting of us at first, but she seems to have worked around. So we got 2 upgrade points, so we actually can upgrade. So I can use scrap components to upgrade. That's not bad. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Thing is, breaking is like the final condition, right? Is there a tutorial or anything for this? Stable, I don't know. It lets you basically stick around for the longest time to be able to switch it. Also, Jade, this is sort of like a narrative game in which you roll dice, and some of the progression of the game is depending on how you resolve with your dice. So, yeah. Don't really want to go into interface. I could, but I don't really want to. So I think I'm gonna go into mechanical? Or maybe endurance. We'll go with this. We're cheap. We're very charismatic. We're not very aware, but we're charismatic. Build a still. Need to get another ship mine for you. So we have the ore fabricator now, so that's nice. I guess I was told the location of it. I play simple mind games. That's not true. You have big brain, you just have not figured it out yourself still, Jades. I'm pretty sure one of these days you'll be like, oh my god, I can play the games I wanted to play. But nothing's wrong with playing the simple games either. Oh no, it's ad time. We'll engineer. I would just play Genshin. Hey, Genshin's fine. Nothing wrong with Genshin. I don't know if I want to even explore that. I can do this. So the problem is, obviously, the more cycles I spend, the less likely I focus on specific things. Oh, now it costs me 80. Okay, I can definitely pay 80. I need money. Do have scrap components. I'm a trusted trader now, so they'll trade things for me. So I want to engineer stuff. So maybe start building the still, I guess. I feel like I probably need to focus on that. That will probably be the main focus we do now, as we have the progression of the story with these two other things. Have you caught up with everything in Genshin there, Jades? Are you fully caught up? Are you meta, as they say? I think that's it. In the cycle. Goes down, we're starving. Only to buy food, unfortunately. Ooh, a reduction. This should now make me money, right? Kind of gambling, really. Okay, so I can't trade you anymore. Cost 40. Could be cheaper. Save. So worst case scenario. Worst case scenario, they run out of it. Okay. Well, that's okay. Not a big problem. And we trade. And we trade. Basically, we actually lose money this. We don't lose terrible amounts. Have the ore fabricator, now that we need it. Keep working on the still. We're okay with a single neutral. We just don't want a negative. Okay. Then we take a 6. Then I'll take a 2. Damn. I lost the energy. Well, can't really lose energy. I already had nothing, so still got paid for them. Alright. Oh, he's cheaper too. Nice. Now I can actually start saving up on... Start saving up on cryo, as everything is cheaper. Cryo being the currency in this game, by the way. In case you didn't know. Nope, probably never will be. My quest log is bigger than the Earth. My god. That quest line must be so big you can barely... Oh my... What is this? I've been given 1s and 2s. Ooh, Hardin's ready. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Hardin. But as I was saying, I've never really gotten into Genshin, so I only know like a little bit of Genshin overall, but it's sort of like the game that you just keep playing every day, a few hours, and you just basically keep grinding to either get your wishes, get your pulls, and hopefully get characters you want, and then eventually they'll make a new character that's better, and then it just keeps going in this loop as they show new areas and go and go. Cool game. Just keep playing until you die. Yeah, that's what we call a live service game. But hey, this one's got anime characters. Whoa! Careful now. Now they're gonna definitely milk you for all what you got. They want your time. They want your money. They want everything you got. Anyway. It's been more than a few cycles since Fang confronted Hardin, and the silence has been noticeable. In the time with Fang, you haven't been exactly found him to be reliable, but you did expect to hear the end of whatever plan he put into action. Have no money to begin with. Then you're milked for time. For time is your valuable resource that you can give. But if he won't come to you, you think has approached the Heaven Age building, then it's time to come to him. After all, he did promise to fix your tracker, and you are getting nervous. As you approach the bay doors, you see them wide open, light pouring out once the dark room. Stacks of servers and terminals sit in the outside bay, suddenly robbed of the mystery by the bright flood lamps. A figure in the Heaven Age security. He steps out of the bay as you get closer, carrying a stack of hardware. Approach. As you get closer, you see a security officer tapping out the machines of Fang's stash. What looks like hazard tape. This isn't good. You again. Hardin is there, leaning beside the bay entrance so calmly you barely noticed him. He has a slate in his hand, an inventory of seizures. Cross it. Predictable. Further evidence of Fang's collusions. See another security officer come out of the bay. Hardin. Hardin passes away from the wall and comes closer. Don't worry, Sleeper. We all have evidence we need. Confession won't be necessary. He gestures around the stacks of hardware. Spying on fellow embers, hoarding Solheim materials, an obsession of corporate data, speaks for selves. Was it not? That was his job. And what would you know about jobs, Sleeper? He looks like a glass roof above and the stars beyond. We are the ones that provide oxygen you are breathing, the light you are seeing, the systems that you use every day out of your cycles. This place was hard fought, Sleeper. It took work, diplomacy, and the strength to stop the Eye descending into chaos up to Solheim collapse, not blind conviction or self-interest. Fang isn't selfish. I know all of the background of our mutual friend, Sleeper. Don't worry about that. His parents would be sickened by the damage he is trying to do to the institution they helped found. You see, Sleeper, we are proud of our history here. Andre Erlin and the first union founded this place, and Heaven Age was welded by his values into the station's very walls. We will never turn away the hard-working, the just, true citizens of the Eye. Heaven Age aren't a gang like Yatagan. We aren't pirates like half the spacers you'll meet in the hub, or esoterics like the Haifa radicals in the Greenway. We are the backbone of this place, proud and true. We name Erlin's Eye, Sleeper. This is our station. He meets your eye. So please, make your false accusations somewhere before I decide I need that confession after all. History will catch up with you. I'm not afraid with history, Sleeper. We are making it here, cycle by cycle. He smiles. If you have any pride, you'll give up Fang the moment he contacts you. You know where to find me. With that, Hardin turns his back and walks away towards security officers, ordering them to continue the clear-out. As they do, nothing catches your eye. Among them, one server stacks a crumpled, hand-printed box of synthetic chewing gum. Penguin character grinning on a brightly colored card. And scrawled onto it, a speech bubble, reading, "Take me to Tambor." Take it. You carefully pocket the box, making sure no one is watching. Wow, they terrible lacking security if they just let me walk up to the thing and just grab it. But okay, sure, I'll take it. It's free stuff. carefully pocket the box, making sure no one's watching you, and turn away. Just as another stack of servers is wheeled out of the bay. What have you done, Feng? And where the hell's Tambor? Chewing gum. Yeah, apparently I just took a pack of chewing gum that somebody had written something in it. Probably Feng, to be honest. So the docks are empty. Okay, well, there's a chance I succeed at these. Not great, but I just need 2 successes. No. Now I'm starving. Great. Now I have to eat. Why must you hurt me so frequently and so often? It's not hand flavor. There's no hands. Do not eat hands. We do not eat hands. We eat mushrooms. Feng's gumbox. Oh, I actually do have something there. Okay, we got food. Let's go again. Don't fail me now. Neutral outcome. Okay, we'll take that. Do it again. Hey, we did it. We built the still. Tala stands back from the newly finished still and tub, hands on hips. Look at this! The Overlook Distillery in all its glory. She squeezes you around the shoulders. Thank you. Now sourcing the ingredients. Tala smiles. I think I've got most of it covered, between the food factories in the low end and the farm stacks in the greenway. However, she pauses, there is an issue. What's the problem? Well, Girol the drink, as you probably guess, is named after Girol the mushroom. That's what it gives the golden color and the earthy taste. Alcohol is infused with the mushrooms along the mix of spices. That means you need Girol caps to make the Girol, but no one wants to supply us. The distilleries in the greenway are taking all the stock from the farms out there. So it's hard to get a single cap across the Founder's Gap. I like the hair. He does have some crazy hair. He's like very wild. I feel like most of the people that are basically live here don't necessarily have like a very fancy hairstyle. They're more like rug and tumble. They don't necessarily take great care of their stuff. But I do like the design that she has. This means that you need Girol cost to make Girol. However, I have an idea. You could grow our Girol caps here. She gestures an increasing equipment-filled back room. Are you sure? Totally sure. Tala puts her hand on the still. We made a still. We set all this up. How hard can it be growing mushrooms be? They don't need light. They barely need soil. We can do this. She pauses. Or at least we could if we had something to grow them for. Let's see where this is going. She rolls her eyes. Okay, yes, I need a favor. She puts a hand on your shoulder. And you are the perfect person to get me those spores. He nods rapidly. Think about it. You build the still, you're great with plants, you know the eye like the back of your hand. Get I go on? Half of that isn't even true. Don't be so modest. She's lying! She's gaslighting me at this point. Look, I can't leave the bar, and the other people picking up shifts, she grimaces. I'm saying it has to be you. Fine. Wonderful. You'll love it over the greenway, I think. All the fresh air, open space. Sees your expression. Okay, I'm done. Turns back to you, look at the still and fledgling distillery forming around it. Really something, though, isn't it? You want it or not, you really have to agree. Okay, but like, I got to get money together, and you didn't give me shit. They're just having it. Steal. I'm not stealing. Can't do danger quests. Spores. So I need to get spores. So I kind of have to go to the other side. I'll lose my 4th tomorrow. What data do we have? We can do Haven Age. So we have a bunch of Haven Age, but we don't know if I need them. Keynotes, Yaragan. I'll use a 1, I guess. Okay, we got 3 keys. Not that I need these keys for anything, but Okay, so what's next? We can try to take Mina out here, but... Mina, would you be okay if I babysit you? Take it out. Oof. Fortunately, it did not go well. It is safe, so there's no negative for it. Alright, we go to rest. I don't know what take me to Tambor means. And the cycle. Let's restart it again. Now we're gonna see if the doctor's there. We got a 6. 2 2s, which is not great. 4 cycles, Savine said. Here you are, right on time, with no sign of them. You wait a while in the apartment, the dread descending as the cycle spins onwards. They should be here. Ew, doctors. Hey! Doctors are great. Just, some doctors are creepy. Check the door. You pace back and forth around this apartment, rumbling of the station, suddenly so present, so loud. You go into the door and open it into an empty corridor. Close it again. Check the terminal. Check and double-check the terminal for messages or recordings. Nothing's, just a pale glow, the silence. Try to settle down, to wait. You sit on the bunk and stare out in the tiny room. Where the hell are they? My doctor is creepy? Aw, I'm sorry to hear that. Doctors are supposed to be pretty approachable, so that way you kind of go back to them. Because, you know, they're very busy people, they're very ragged, they generally have very little time to deal with you, but they still do care for your health, because that's something they're trained for. They can be a little impatient, they can be a little abrasive, but they are knowledgeable. They are people. They're just people that are very stressed and have to deal with a lot of people who are not very kind to them. So if you ever see a doctor, be kind to them, because you never know when is the last time somebody appreciated their help. A knock at the door. Open it. A figure stands in the door, and immediately you know it is not Savine. They are taller, sharper, and something about their face glints in the half-light. A dark shape, like a stubborn baton, hangs loosely from her hands. Our local sleeper. Good to finally meet you. She steps into the apartment, glancing around with sharp eyes. What, may I ask you, are you doing here? He fixes you with a steady underlay. Waiting for a friend? Of course. Mutual friend of ours, the good doctor. He walks past you into the apartment, glancing around. We set up here, you know. This place is one of ours. She picks up a glass from the dispensers and inspects it. People always seem to forget who put them where they are. He glances at you, and I suppose you are here to help? Something like that. Good, good. He puts down the glass and turns to face you. Love to meet helpers. We need so many, we can find so few with the right skills. Spins around the baton with her fingers by her side. We have a problem, you and I. Seems our friend has disappeared, left without even saying goodbye, which means they are a little trouble now. But it's this kind of trouble that you need help for, so I thought I'd come down here and take a look at their hidey hole, and here you are, to help. He looks through the detritus on the side. And what? Help, a sleeper no less, which I have to admit is a little surprising. Suggests to me that our friend hasn't been very honest with you either. What do you mean? Well, I'm sorry to report that before we got them set up here, Savine was working for your owners. She pauses. SNR. You blinked. Part of the news, unsure how to take it. Ravaya looks away, waiting for a response. Prove it. Happily. He crosses into the next room and follows you silently. You follow silently. She sits on a terminal and touches her baton to one of the access ports. A spark, then a terminal screen skips, encrypted folders emptying themselves before your eyes. The flicker of files, you see SNR letterheads and code forms, reports laden with medical data marked with corporate logo, like the sigil of some cult. Ravaya steps away from the terminal. Look all you want. Some of your files may even be there. The volume of documents is overwhelming, but they seem to be mostly reports on early simulation tests, surveys with sleeper candidates, reams and reams of usage data. If Savine was an SNARP employee, why did they help you? Ravaya reaches over places for a plate. Places a vial stabilizer on the desk, breaking your concentration. Shimmers in the screen light. It's viscous, clear liquid, crystalline with a glass. We will, of course, keep up the supply. We are more than able to dispense important medicines, even without the doctor. You hold it between your fingers for a tiny moment. You have the urge to crush this object with the power it has over you. I'll ask Toshiro to make those a little cheaper for you. He'll be running the surgery now. Ravaya closes up the briefcase and holds it to her side. We have to retrieve our assets, of course, but I'm sure you understand. Ravaya turns on her way out. There's no reason for us to be enemies, Sleeper. Come see me. I keep an office nearby. We have good work to do, you and I. Meet me there in a few cycles. She slips out of the silently into the corridor. You look around the apartment and feel the fear drain out of your body to reveal the tiredness beneath. I don't know, I feel like my Sleeper is just kind of taking every single possibility to just go around, and it's sort of funny. Because he's like, yeah, sure, I'll do this. Oh, I'll do that. I'll do whatever. So I need 3 points for the next one. I did get a free stabilizer, which is actually kind of nice. Kind of nice. Okay, so that's where you are. I need to be there in 2 days. So no rush to do it, actually. And you're cheaper by 20% on top of the discount, so that's pretty good discount. Okay, well, you're safe activity. Mina, I'm gonna babysit you, you're just not very good at it. Oh, you get energy back if you succeed. No, I get energy back because it's basically a skill set. Anyway, I can do those, that's not a problem. There's the low end one. Ow, my energy. And I can sell this. Make some money. I'm good on food, so that's not a problem. Wish I had a better apartment, though. Work there if I want money. I don't have any Yaragan data to give it to you. You have a Haven data, which I don't know what it's used for. Can sunbathe? Not that I need it. I guess I could sunbathe if I wanted to use the dice. Alright, got 2 5s and a 4. Get 1 more day for that appointment. Positive outcome. I get a lot of energy for that. Okay. And then I'll spend the last one. She's asleep. Oh, he doesn't actually have her anymore. Whispers Lem, creeping back out of the unit's tiny bedroom, sliding the door as he does. You're perched into a thin bar of the main room. The slate in front of you is still glowing with Mina, and your drawings from the cycle spent together. There's a ring, only the world Mina has known. Stick figures standing around the edges. The tall one is you. Drink? Asked Lem, producing a worn-looking bottle of Girol under the bar. Contents glowing amber under the fluorescent light. Sure. Lem nods and glugs a few fingers with a couple metal tumblers. Then sits down with you at the bar. Cheers, he offers, and you clink the metal containers together. Also, I can't get drunk. we tested this before. I cannot get drunk. I get the feeling of sensation of alcohol, or like the equivalent of alcohol, which is Girol. It doesn't seem like a sleeper can actually get drunk, so kind of irrelevant. You know, We actually have something to celebrate this time around. Lem gives you a sideways look. I made the assembly team of the Ciderel. He grins broadly. Clearly, he has been desperate to tell you all cycle. Knew it. Lem holds his drink. You did get there first, friend. I'll give you that. He looks away. Seriously, though. Couldn't have done it without you, keeping an eye on little meanie back here. Lem shifts back a little in his stool. He looks uncomfortable. How's our girl doing, Sleeper? Haven't seen her much in this past circle. She misses her father. Lem looks away. Yeah. He says no to no one in particular. The silence stretches out as Lem takes a drink. His eyes fixed on the bedroom door. She's great. He nods. Can't take all the credit for Mina. She isn't actually mine. He gazes into the middle distance. Pulled her off the refugee shuttle by one of the Ember's moons. The colony was failing apart for decades after Solheim collapse, surviving on next to nothing. Wow, he's not actually his father. Her father. Eventually, some of the residents tried to make for the eye in this decrepit old shuttles. He sloshes the drink around in his tumbler. They had no idea they were doing. The one Mina was on decompressed halfway there. Everyone's space. The only reason she made it because someone sealed her in a weapon locker. She was ice cold when I reached her. Purple lips. He shivers. Once I picked her up, I wouldn't let her go. Or I wouldn't let go. The medics treated her with me still clinging to her. He takes a drink. Still not sure why. He reaches over, refills his cup. We weren't exactly anybody's heroes, you understand? We were private military, hired in the convoy to protect their claims in the collapse. And once I got Mina, that was it. I quit. Got us dumped here. You saved her. I'm going to sound like an idiot now, but... He sighs. You saved me. That's the truth of it. He looks around the decaying unit, its stained plastic plating and flickering lights. Me? I brought her to this. She was so tiny, too small to know what she lost. Can't help to stop thinking it. He rubs his eyes, dark in tiredness. What if our number doesn't come up in the draw, Sleeper? What then? Ciderel will sail off without a thought, leaving us here. What kind of life is that for her? No man. Sorry. I know you don't have it any better. He looks up at his cup and pushes it away down the bar. This is a celebration, right? Both of us on the team right now. Both of us with a chance. Together. That's right. We hold on together. Imagine all the three of us riding out the Ciderel horizon out of here. To a new world. He looks into his glass for a moment. I think I dragged this too fast. He laughs. Lem stands to start to clear the glasses into the autowash. I need some sleep, friend. Me too. Alright. Catches you on your shoulder as you turn to leave. Thank you, Sleeper. I mean it. For both of us. Pats you on your shoulder. You slip out into the dark of the hallway with thoughts of little Mina in your mind. He's such a cool guy. I really do hope. I mean, this is a cyberpunk world, so things don't generally work out for the little guy, but I do hope he makes it out with Mina. Ooh. Oh, is that something I got for doing the low end, I think. I can do deliveries, I can do manufacturer. I'm actually good at both of them. Engage would give me energy, durability doesn't give me anything. It is safe though. I got 5s. What do I want to spend 5s on? Spend them working. I don't know if you pay the best though. I only pay 15. Okay, let's see what the other one pays before we choose it. I thought the guy was holding a stuffed animals. Apparently at one point, he was holding a stuffed bunny for the little girl, who's not actually his daughter, but rather somebody who he's basically taken as an orphan. We'll do that. Ooh, I get paid and energy. Extrude the batch after batch of noodles, swirling into tangled nests. Minji slips you an extra chits for your portion. Okay, so this will give me food. Not that I needed food, though. Okay, so that's going to happen next time. These two are going to happen immediately, so I will probably have to do that tomorrow. I could sell the part. I just got a new character in Genshin. Yay, congrats! What character did you pull? And is it a cool character? Or is it a 4-star or 3-star? Actually, do they have tiers based on star levels in Genshin? And the cycle. We won't do it until we're about to lose the 4th. Which I believe is on 3. Columbina, 5-star. Hey, congrats. I know very little of Genshin characters, so I have no idea how useful Columbina is as a character, but hey. As you approach the address Rabbi gave you with a heavy hand on your shoulder. What's your business here? The enforcer grips your shoulder, giving you a hint of the strength your implants give her, as you turn to see the same subsidiary eyes of Ravia and Toshiro glinting like mirrors on her cheeks. Gia, please. The sleeper is here by my invitation. At Rava's command, the hand immediately loosens and an apologetic look replaces the scowl on Gia's face. Oh, of course. Ravai, I'm sorry. Rabbi waves her away. Don't worry, I appreciate your protective instincts. He smiles at the enforcer. How about you head on to the Tambor and they have a delivery coming in. Ooh, Tambor is a place. Okay, we need to find where that is. Have a delivery coming. They'll need some help with the lifting. Gia nods and walks away. So, sleeper, you came. I'm glad. I was curious. Curious is good, she smiles. Tight smile. You have to understand, finding you there in Savine's unit, I wasn't sure where we stood. There are 40 more people in this station who would rather I was dead. I had to be sure you weren't one of them. I wish you no harm. I am glad. Rabia begins walking, gestures you to walk with her. She takes you down a staircase into the bustling walkways of the low end. What do you know of Jetabagan? You run the low end. He laughs. That sounds impressive. We run out of the low end, yes, but we do not run it. People with carts push past, moving crates of supplies around the thin and winding passages. Our reputation is one that implies threat. Is that fair to say? We're framed as aggressors, parasites, criminals. I do believe that's what Haven Gauge basically believes you. Gestures around the people in the passageway. But when was the last time you saw a lawmaker in the eye? Policeman. Who makes the laws here? Erlen did. Indeed. You understand the history then. That is good. But Erlen is long dead, sleeper, and his rules were little more than an optimist's manifesto. The eye has changed so much since then. If you spend your time in the low end, maybe your opinion of us would be different. This is our place, our people. The low end was empty in Erlen's time, and they didn't need to house thousands. And keeping the yards and the rotunda safe was work enough. No, the low end was reclaimed later, when the refugees started arriving. Rabia meets your eye. The collapse didn't just happen here in this station. When Solheim collapsed, the entire system felt it. The colonies were abandoned. The moons of Ember and Cinder suddenly gained independence overnight. Some took advantage, some tried to take hold of it together, some fled. The Eye became a refuge, and Erlen, to his credit, extended an open hand to everyone, but many within his organization disagreed, and those new arrivals weren't as simple as to corral as they hoped. Rabia leads you through a small market hall, busy with small stalls and traders. I feel like she's just basically giving me an indoctrination quote here. It's like, she's basically just says like, yeah. Look at me, I'm the mafioso. I just going around and I'm doing some stuff over here. But look at all the good works we're doing. Which I feel like is kind of fitting for sort of like a gang. They're trying to sweeten you up and then get you to the nasty stuff later. Erlen's unions were made of workers, administrators, perhaps people who were malleable, and already organized into hierarchies and networks. The refugees came from different factions and families, were scared, injured, desperate. Conflict was inevitable. Yatagan is a child of that conflict. A child born of the need for us to stand up and claim our future, to provide security, strength. People call us a gang, but we are a community. I take my position as lieutenant seriously, and from my birth, I have worked to earn it. Rai catches herself before raising her voice any further. You both walk in silence for a while. Among the smells and textures of the low end, you start to wonder if this place could be a home for you too. Where do I come into this? Rai smells to herself, thinks for a moment before she responds. I believe that you understand the importance of a refuge. So I also believe that you wish to help keep this place safe. She exhales quietly. For this reason, I would like you to trust me. I do not know what Sabine told you about us, but I imagine it was not good. I will be honest with you, Sleeper. I was never comfortable with having Sabine as part of the Yatagan. An ex-corporate employee goes against our nature. But their deal was with Yannick. I kept my distance, and I made sure Sabine had their surgery, kept it supplied, and that was all. But I cannot allow people to go back on the promises they made to us. Yatagan has not lasted this long because it is a charity. We offer and ask for help. Any betrayal will be treated as an attack. Who is Yannick? Yannick is the leader of the heads of Yatagan. They guide us. He is our newest to be elected. He is an elder. Sabine found something. Please. I don't want to hear their accusations. They only wanted to escape their debt. They would have said anything. But where are they now? Stand behind their claims. Stay silent. You realize whereby has led you in a loop. Together, you are both came back to the staircase to the walkway where you met. You're free to go, Sleeper. I have said what I wish to say. He looks through the windows of the walkway. I will protect this place with my life, as it had protected me. I want to make that clear. Turns back. However, if you wish to come under its protection, I can help you. Turn here if you wish. There will be tasks for you to complete. You will be able to see Yatagan, to see the low end, with your own eyes, not as others frame us. As for Sabine, she pauses to consider her words. I will not hesitate. I will not ask you to betray them. But if they make contact with you again, consider their motivations carefully. With that, Ravaya leaves, slipping back into their office, while you stare out of the countless units, each a home, each with a story, and make up the low end. It's curious. I'm not exactly sure if I want to do any of the jobs there. Yatagan Insider. However you feel about Yatagan, it seems to work with Ravaya is your best chance to get insight into the organization. I don't know about that. I don't really know if I want to help a gang, as much as they call it. I have upgrades. I have 2, so I need to get 1 more point. 1 more point. Can't do much here. We'll block maintenance, I guess. Okay. Got energy for that. $50. I mean, it's already a bad result, so I don't know about it. Engineer. Neutral, and then we'll spend our 6. Low Ender. So now we have abandoned housing unit. Is that a new house we can go to? Gather materials. This half-built unit looks forgotten. With enough scrap, you may be able to seal it up. Yeah, so I can make it into a house. Oh. There you go. I don't know what it did. As you go to leave the Tambor tea house, a hand falls on your shoulder. Sleeper. Fang hisses from behind you. How did you find him? Penguin. Penguin, what are you? Thinks for a second. Oh, do you mean? He mimes, throwing the gum in his mouth. Wasn't meant for you specifically, but... He cringes. Look, it doesn't matter. Come, let's sit. Feng guides you down a set of stairs to one of the tambour's lower levels. The tea house is stacked with curved mezzanines, all connected with the central atrium. The levels are filled with makeshift booths and bars. Conversation bounces busily from the metal walls. Feng sees you looking around. This place used to be a fuel tanker's main drum, hence the name. Tea house part is a bit of a misnomer, though. Get anything on the eye offers from you this place. The real tea isn't exactly readily available. Picks a booth. It's all fashioned from some old salvage tank or container, and with spongy insulation foam it collapses into it. He looks around furtively. Don't suppose you have seen any Heaven Age types. They don't usually come out this far. Only you. Not anymore, I'm afraid. Suspended without appeal. Turns out Hardin has someone's ear. He grins. Doesn't bother me though. It shows we hit a nerve back there. Picks up a scrappy hand-scrawled menu from the table. Tosses it over. What are you drinking? Look at the menu. Thanks is right. The menu's ridiculous. There's at least 10 different infusions, much of which you can't make out. The paper is dominated with an excessive complement of esoteric alcohols and cocktails. Black tea is listed without a price. It's a seasonal specialty. So, you run into Hardin? Was he pissed? Feng doesn't wait for an answer. That snake is so self-righteous, he might actually believe that Erlen would approve his meritocratic bullshit. He taps on the table. If Havenage was like it should be, like it was founded to be, they would have shouted him down at any council meeting he dared to mention true citizens. He sighs. But I guess his kind run the place now. A young woman with a vine tattoo sneaking up her arm turns up the booth, slate in hand. Your order? Girl. Neat. Feng taps on the shoulder. The same. Taps on the table to order the same. And you? But when she sees you, she doesn't stop. What the? Sorry. What? I'm missing. Is she tapping because I was here? Feng taps you on the shoulder. Feng taps on the shoulder to order the same. She begins looking at Feng. But when she sees him, she suddenly stops. What the? Feng shrinks a little. You were supposed to be working. This is your shift. He grins sheepishly. You work here? Feng waves you to be quiet. Look, Jenna. Let's just say this is my break. My friend here has been through a lot. Jenna looks through the two of you. Wave. Feng doesn't look pleased. Did I mess that up because I obviously didn't wave? I wave. I was like, hello! Hello, everybody. I'm waving. I don't know. I feel like I'm going through a lot. I wave at people to just like, get away from me. 2 minutes, says Jenna, pointing at Feng. And only because I don't want to get dragged into whatever this is. She gestures at the table and walks off. What? Ben stretches out in the booth. You know how it is. We all have to eat, plus... He leans in. This is the best place around here to find a person you may be looking for. Who? Remember that web of connections that Hardin pinged the moment we confronted him? Those are his collaborators. And if we want to understand what Solheim executive might be getting up into the eye, those are the people we have to find. I think it's almost whispering now. There is a couple of them I suspect they're in the low end, and well, almost everyone in the low end comes through this place one time or another. He brings up a modified slate on the table. Set this up so anyone with the network signature I'm looking for comes into proximity, it'll mark them. Once they are marked, we can break through their access protocols and get in good stuff inside. You just have to find them first, hence my moonlighting as a waiter. Suddenly, a smile grows across his face. No, he's gonna ask me to do something. Oh no. Look, I can't cover enough of low end on my own. So far, I've had no matches with this place. The two of us, we can cover more ground. What am I getting into? Well, Feng has a hang dog? What the hell's a hang dog look? Okay, sure. We need to get you out and about in the low end. Close proximity to as many people and residents as possible. Turns out my friend Minji needs some help with deliveries. As in Minji Express? So, you already know him. Perfect. Feng places a tiny receiver on the table. This connects you to my slate. It runs the same marking protocol. if you get near any of our targets. So, all you have to do is take some delivery shifts for old Ming-Ji, and soon enough, we'll have a place covered. Thanks. So give me that. Think I like working here? And I thought you could use the tips. He grins. We're in this together, right? Are we? Yes. You think Harden is happy to have you wandering around the place? He might have you let you wander off for now, but I'm sure he has his eye on you. This is on you, too. Feng slips back under his clothes. Just head on the Minji Express, take a delivery shift, and you'll see what shakes up. You'll manage to find anyone who... and extract the data. It might... bring it down right to me. They have me double shifts, so it'd be hard to find. Up walks past, carrying a tray of drinks, and sharply catches Feng's eye. I don't think she's bringing your drink, she stands. I think it's time we call this meeting to a close. He grabs the receiver from the table and slips it into a pocket. See you soon, sleeper. Stay safe. Feng ends before turning and walking off towards the bar, whistling as he does. I don't actually trust this guy very much, to be honest. I feel like he's a bit shady. He's not bad, but I do feel like his motives are a bit more selfish than the rest of the people that I've met. Not that Harden is specifically a character that I trust either, but Curious data? You cross between two wall units, one of the cavernous streets in the center of the low end. The pressurized bridge is full of lack of tabla, the shouts of children, the whir of air filters. Sleeper. You turn to a man sitting in the tabla alone, somehow untouched by the hustle and bustle of the people around. He gestures to sit at a stool, they by his side. Sit. You sit on the middle stool and start setting board with counters, or at least the filter caps of low-enders typically use to replace Castor. He says by the introduction and looking at the glasses, night or day? Gesturing the caps, crudely sprayed in white and black. Day. He rotates the board so the white caps are in front of you. Let's begin. You take the plastic die, each pitted downward, and roll to determine who starts. Castor rolls a 6, and you roll a 4. I lead. He smiles and begins to move his first cap precisely along the board. He passes back and forth between you. I feel like you were playing backgammon at this point, because that looks like backgammon. Playing on the board. As it does, Castor speaks. Eyes not leaving the caps. It is unusual to see a sleeper on the eye. That's why I wanted to play with you. You've taken a turn, rolling a 5 and a 6. Think carefully. After all, Sleeper's mind must be somehow different than a human one. Being emulated, I mean. As Castor talks to you, the build-up a wall of caps stacking safely across the board. Progress is slow, but you remain unexposed. I don't mean to offend you, Castor meets your eye. I merely see that you are by definition different. What has been subtracted in this simulation, in the emulation? What has been added? He slides a single cap to an open point, a risk, an opportunity. He hands you the dice. Do you ever think about this, sleeper? About what you were and what you are now? Always. You roll double 1 and solidify your wall. Castor whistles. The holding game, commendable. Can be brave to build from what came before. He rolls the dice and leaps your wall in a single move. But we cannot idle too long, sleeper. The slower we move, the sooner we are caught. Past you is not an idea, a concept for you. It is living, a breathing person. He looks up over his glasses, his eyes bright and wide. You split from them like a shadow splitting from his Castor. They may be sleeping now, yes, but one day they will awake and carry on their lives unaware of your fate, no matter what it may be. He hands you the dice, smiling. You're a branch of a severed of the main trunk, an offshoot who refuses to die, so to speak. You roll again, under pressure now, trying to slip your caps under Castor before he solidifies control of the game. But what I'm curious about is how do you see yourself in all of this? What is your tangle of all this? Ribbon. Castor laughs. Thus much is obvious, sleeper. I see it in your eyes. You are eager to make all this count for something. Castor looks away. The glass of the crowded units on all sides. Driven towards what? He stands, removing caps, his home board now full. Is there an endgame? Is it just endurance? A few rolls attempt to get back in the game, but Castor clears his home board with a sense of inevitable. It was known he was winning for a while. I feel I may have pushed too far. He slides another cap from the board. I apologize. My curiosity gets a habit of getting better of me. You roll to return a cap to the board, but all the spaces are blocked. Casper clasps his hands apologetically. You play well, really. Your weakness is not your game. He smiles warmly. We have much to learn from each other. He slides his glasses back up his nose and sits back. I feel like we could share knowledge, ideas, perhaps even data. His eyes glint with the last word, for our mutual benefit. He slides over the final cap on the board. It is over. He has won. We'll see. Please. I do not want to make you uncomfortable. He holds up his palm. The intention is only to help you endure here. And if I am able, feed my curiosities. The game over, you notice a bustle of the walkway once more. The call of children, the deliveries, the arguments of reconciliations, they wash over you, and you stand to leave. Castor nods goodbye as you do. Crossing the walkway, you replay the moves in the game in your mind, looking for an opening. You sure was there. Okay. A little addicted, huh? Go back there. Those are new jobs I can do. I can do the job of Havenage offices. Can't seem to take care of Mina anymore. I only have a 1. Yeah, we'll do this, I guess. 50-50. Yeah. You get lost in the maze of passages, and somehow you make it back. Exhausted without deliveries all of your orders. Minji is furious. Well, I got money, that's all that matters. And I pay for this. Need 80 Creo. Why are you so expensive? I also need a shipping, right? So, to come back another day. Maybe move. Get some new place set up in Low End, I guess. Oh my god, what is this? 6666? What the hell? You miss me? Ethan smiles, ragged smile at you. No? Look at him. It's paler than usual. Hunch. He's sporting a black eye and more than a few cycles of beard growth. That's no way to greet an old friend. Friend? Well, pauses. Colleague? Smiles weakly. This is big. Real big. About you. He seems more jittery than usual on edge. You remember now how Asen Corp canceled the contract on you? Contract I was going to collect? I remember. Well, I'm guessing you were pretty happy about that shit. Overjoyed. Me? I lost everything. Let's not worry about that. He smiles sarcastically. So what did you think of what that was? Not sure. Well, sorry. What do you think? That was it? Well, it was, except... Ethan leaves a dramatic pause. What if an old Essen ARP gave me the bounty of someone else? Someone who was even more of a shithead than yours truly. He smiles darkly. What a disaster that would be. Ethan grins. That's the question, isn't it? Ethan fishes around his pocket for a slip of paper. I've been speaking to some friends, you see, some colleagues, about what went down, and it turns out Essen ARP canceled all their bounty contracts. The whole lot. Seems they brought someone in-house. Some guy who did so well at their last job that they got offered a job. He leans in. Apparently, he made a hit on a ship called the Winter Wonderland. Something. It was smuggling sleepers from under Essen Corp's big corpor's noses. He killed the crew and blew up the ship. He whistles. They called him Hemwick, or Maywick, or something. You mean Winterlight? That's it. He looks at you hard. So you do know about all of this. He pats you on the shoulder. And you'll be very happy to hear what I'm about to offer you. He then runs his hands through his greasy hair. Given this new information I brought to you light, it seems you are in need of protection. For the pitch. I meanwhile am in need of assistance in kind. Turns out I upset some people at the compressor last time we were there. The owners, and they say they'll space me unless I work off the debt. Seems they are that kind of businessman, he grimaces. I would pay them, but... He shrugs and turns his jacket pockets inside out in a mime of poverty. He looks pitiful, even more so than clownish acting. Then work it off. You should be glad, the anger rising in him now, that I came here and told you this. You think anyone is looking out for you? You are a contract, a name on the list. He kicks the wall. Ethan rubs his temple. I'm sorry, he hisses. Sorry for being a shit and trying to kill you and whacking that skull of yours, he sighs. You think I want to go against this guy, but us? He jabs a finger between the two of you. We don't have a choice, so keep me from getting killed and I'll do the same for you. We can help each other. Straight 50-50 deal. He looks at you. I'm not asking for a favor. Fine. Ethan smiles. He looks like shit warmed up. Just... pauses. Just think about Maywick. Think about the cold-eyed S&R shit on his way here from the core systems. He smiles. That should give you the motivation you need. Ethan swaggers on down corridor, throwing the jacket over his shoulder. Can't wait to be working with you, he shouts. Okay, well, apparently I can work with him. Not really sure what that means. Sure. What do I have to do for this debt, apparently? Ethan's debt. Oh, I just have to work it? Not a big problem. Not an inconvenience. Gather some materials. It wants data, okay. I could work a shift. That would give me some money. Alright, so now I can pay the bound, or I can pay this. Cross to the greenway. You step out of the passageway, someone barrels from behind you, sending you stumbling down a corridor. She looks familiar. He looks actually very similar to one of the other people. You turn to see an unfamiliar spacer, laden with heavy gear. She steadies herself, staring down as if daring to respond to you. Excuse me? Squints at you, shaking her head, before setting off down the corridor. I'm sorry for her. Second spacer smiles you apologetically. She's on a mission. And when she's on a mission, they shrug. Not a problem. Smile. You're sweet. Peek. Esha stands around further down the corridor, glowing at her friends. She chops at her air, pointing down the corridor, whatever she's rushing up to. Peek raises their eyebrows at you. Ash, please, do you want everyone at this station to hate us? Ash hardens. They want to hate us. They can hate us. She drops her hip. I'm not exactly seeing much love as it is. We're lucky we got through before they set up the damn cordon. Peak size. This station isn't Hawthorne. Everyone isn't yoked to the same corporate protocols. Esha sighs. I'm not saying they are part of the administration. She jerks her head into your direction. But I'm saying we need to get these supplies to the Briar before someone starts asking questions. Can I help? Peakley smiles slyly. See, Asher? Help isn't that exactly what we need right now? Peak. She rolls her eyes. Peak ignores her. We are with the refugees, the one Haven Edge have curtained off from entering the station. Asher interrupts. The ones that are being in quarantine in makeshift vessels that barely made it into the eye to begin with. The ones that the station administration have called us an existential risk and are running out of supplies with their right to safety being debated by the people with no stake in their future. She quickly looks away, annoyed by her own outburst. Peak sighs. She's right. People are trapped out there and... They turn to Ash. We understand that this is the problem for the Eye. Hundreds of refugees and more ships turning up each cycle. They hold up a hand to stop Ash interrupting. But... She turns away. Her burning anger is palpable force in close quarters of the corridor. Wait, so apparently there is a bunch of refugees that are just stuck in part of the spaceship or like a little station that are just like starving? I don't know if this was a detail that was mentioned before, but okay. They need supplies, and after everything they've been through, the quarantine isn't helping. That's difficult. Peak forces a smile. Peak, please. She gathers the salvage and the supplies. Asha, we need help. Just like the refugees needed us, and we need others too. Smile at her. Peak turns to you. Come find us. The Clement Briars dock the broken spoke past the greenway in the wastes. We have a good view of the cordon, though we are keeping our distance for now. Come help us. Squeeze your hand. Asha turns to leave. Peak follows, waving goodbye. A moment later, Asha shuts down the corridor. Don't bother coming empty-handed. You want help? Show us. Bring supplies or don't come at all. And with that, they disappear around the corner. Asha already picking up the speed. Peak calls her to slow down. The refuge flotilla. Where are they coming from? And why now? Each time, begin to understand this place. Something changes. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand what this flotilla is all about. Okay. Yeah, that's the greenway. Wild margins. Wastes. Climbing Briar. Okay. This is sort of like the ruined part of the station, it seems. Pretty big station, though. Ad time. Not really great at going green. Work the canteen, work cryobed. Tracking Ash. Well, this is a bad skill for me because I don't think I can do it. Gather scrap. And we'll make money. Need to get Girolles for that. I feel like if I want to get Girolles, it would be through the commune, wouldn't it? It's pretty safe, though. We need a lot of 6s. Not sure if I want to do that skill. Go up to meet the spacers. So we're doing this. Weightless Wanderer. Do it again. And do it again. Positive echo. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters back with the shitheads who sold you. Oh, actually, I guess it would be more of a nerdy person. No way, Moritz. You take those substandard filters and back to the shitheads who sold them. You hear a voice echoing through the bay as you pass. The moments later, someone who you assume is Maurice strips out with it, dragging a palette filter of cartridges by the tether. Hey, you out there! The same voice echoes out of the distance. Looking for work? Yes. I just need a hand. Get in here. The voice is coming from someone shorter than you expect. She is floating in the microgravity of the docking bay, beside a half deconstructed life support unit that looks like it may have exploded at some point. He points a wrench in your direction. You know anything about these things? She doesn't wait for an answer. Scratch that. Just help me with the casing. Help her. Alright then. He definitely moves around the unit, making a space for you beside the central seam in the dented case. Just take the grip here and lift out and up, and then I can get in and unbolt it. You wax it with the unit with a wrench. Whole thing is twisted to shit. You dig your fingers under the casing and lift it away, the metal squealing from the force. She puts her hands under, spinning the wrench to slip out the bolts, catching them in her other hand. And they spiral free. All good. Casing lifts off, revealing the ornate piping of the unit's interior. He whistles at the mess of ducts and filters. By the way, everyone calls me Bliss. She pats you on the shoulder, offering a little way of an explanation. Is this your bay? It is for now, yeah. Whether I like it or not. He looks at you, the sound like that should mean something. Bliss starts pushing and pulling at the duct of work, looking for fractured pipes. We haggle for contracts, but the good ones get snapped up quick by the bigger bays, so here I am, trying to get this M2 unit running again with one of those freelance tugs. Small time stuff. Hold this, she rips out a rib pipe, hands it off to you like a fleshy caught fish. We turn stuff around fast and neat, and maybe we get a chance at landing something bigger. Something starts hissing in the unit, and Bliss quietens with a precise whack. To be honest with you, the way things are, maybe I can already see the other crews licking their lips, ready to make this place over. She looks at you. I'm almost out of luck. What happened? Long story, some people just can't keep promises. She keeps working, twisting aside pipes in the care. There we are. Bliss puts her hand from their deep inside the unit when it comes, clutching the lumpen cube scorched black. This thing must have overloaded and popped half of itself on the side. You both knock down the side of the unit and spot the exit wound. Grabs its edges fringed with more scorch marks. Grab me a replacement converter from the barracks, will you? Head to the rack. Kick off the unit from the drift over to the wall racks, where a catalog of parts sits secured in clamps, colored tape with a scrawl and notes ordered across the walls. Complex organizational system of Bliss's own design, or just a big mess. Where to pick up the right part. M2 converter? You grab the part and push back the unit. Bliss holds an arm and passes it over. Converter spinning gently as it leaves your hand. Perfect. You passed. She straightens up the unit. That is, if you want to work here. Bliss wraps her hands clean, looking down at her palms. Truth is, I need a hand here. Partner skipped out on me and I left with a whole mess. You seem like you may at least be better at spotting clean air filter than Maurice. Be happy to. Wait, she frowns. That's not all of it. My old business partner that rents the place, empty the accounts, bid jobs, we need to put down deposits, bring in parts, pay tugs. For that, we need chits. And you want me to pay to work? Come on, it's not like that. We'd be partners. Straight split. Bliss settles herself against the unit and looks off into the distance. I guess I look pretty stupid. Here I am asking any random passerby for my business partner. No offense, she smiles. That's pretty weird. He gives you a sideways look. Don't tease me. Liz goes back to working her unit. Look, it's no pressure. You find money, or you find someone else who has, or you just forget the whole thing. Is up to you. Just as you help her refit the casing, and both of you slot it back into place. I think I'm gonna wrap up this one for now, but if you're into it, come back and we can get a bid on a new contract. Something to get our teeth into? Something that pays? He gives you a serious look. You can trust me. I don't say this stuff lightly. Take a wave back from the bay, propelling yourself back into the handholds of the entrance. You slip out of the wave. As you do, someone slips back in. You hear Bliss as you glide down the passageway. Maurice, I swear to God, if those filters aren't clean, you smile. It seems like this could be interesting. Right, but you didn't pay me. Had to pay me first. The only place to sleep on the hub, packed with a colony ship and welded to the ring. It's especially expensive to rent. Why would I pay for that, I wonder? Real question. Buy a spacer meat. Is that gonna fill me up? Need to get 80 money. Okay. Doing like a lot of weird investments everywhere. It's like everyone wants my money, and I'm like, why do you want my money? Oh wow. So you can buy a ship mine core for 240. So if you do basically just focus the money route, you can get there. Well, I'm out of dice. I seem to have a time limit. Says Maidwick's on his way. You'll need to leave the station or get protection or disable the tracker before they arrive. This is where the final timer comes in. So I must either disable my tracker, get protection, which is basically help him, or leave. This is my end game timer coming up. Okay. We'll take the stabilizer. we'll end the cycle. I feel like I must prioritize specific things, it seems. Have merchant freighter. He'll pay us. Nothing there. Lot of actives. How's 64 now? So at least I have more money to pay. Before I put any data, you also buy Havenage data? Yeah, you do. You buy data for both. I feel like you're an informational broker, if I think I'm getting your read correctly. Okay, so I need to find a way out of the ship or get protection. Obviously, I can. I don't have a core, so I can't hack more as much as I want to. Go for, because it's only going to be positive. Gives me a shift. Gotta kinda know people. Alright. 75% chance. Going green. It does take a lot of energy. Farm stacks. Thief. I can steal it. Work the stacks. Endure it. Harder for food. What do you sell? Yeah, you sold me some food. Okay. They pay by yield. Yeah, so you can't work in the stacks if somehow you get caught by it. Take a 5. And we'll take a 6. Wait, we'll take a 1. I want to get rid of it. So now I've gone green. Mushrooms. Collect spores, sure. I'm very good at it. We got 2 spores. Clear overgrowth, sunlit refuge. Cut away the choking vines. We basically get something out of it. Alright, I've got some spores. Is that not what you wanted? And the cycle. Yeah, you got some dice. You do want to spend a 6 on that. Make some money. Stop by you. You gives me now a discount. He gives the most amount of food, I think, overall. Okay, we're gonna do this, because it only can give me a positive result. 2 growth spores, okay, we're good, we're good. Now we can go back. And apparently we're gonna grow our own mushrooms. There you go. Grow them shrooms. First batch. Takes 6 days. Ella has locked herself away in the back room while she focuses on the distilling. She won't let anyone in or out. Okay, well that's gonna take a few days. I'm stable, so that's not a problem, but we do have to look into making money. Endure. Okay. I feel like getting the tracker isn't something I'm gonna do because I don't have interface and I don't have Intuit. Steal food, but I don't really see a purpose. I probably should just go work. Make money. My condition goes down. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna lose. So I can buy this for 15. Gamble. As long as we get any other part. I can also use it to build the other place. Hey, we got a ship mine. Cool. So we reached the limit. So we can build a house here. Oh, it's gonna take a bunch of them. Have a ship mine, which we actually don't want to use. I guess I will just rest. You're still working on that. Keep working this one, I guess. It's engineer, but it hasn't given me a lot of good rolls. And the 2. Hate when I lose condition. Hey, we got another part. Still waiting on that. Alright, well, in the cycle, we made some money. We can buy, if we wanted to, we could buy our health thingy. Starving again. Can't buy any more supply. Nice, we get our energy back. Some money, which is about as much money as we get from the other one. Express delivery is engaged, so we could get energy from this. $50-50. Not always a winner. So I have the money. Do the bay. We partner with Bliss. Prepare the bid. Bliss is bidding on jobs on the hub. Take a few cycles, some perseverance, and before one comes in. Cool, so we'll have some jobs. Then to the rim. Still need to find mushrooms for the guy. Sort of like a thing that I was looking for at the beginning, but it just never worked out. Not very good at intuiting things. Kid enduring. Not great at interfacing. What do I need to grab you? Grab you 2 mushrooms? Go up. Pay to stay there, right? I think that basically just buys me a place. I have a lot of tiny little jobs. Merchant freighters here. It's a shame. Shame. Can't buy it, but it is cheaper. I don't know what this data is for. Oh, well, put this here. And call it a day. Yeah, we got some decent rolls. We're about to also get the penalty of only having 3 dice, but I think we'll have to go through 3 dice for the little time being. We have 2 things that are working out. Whack the back, work the front. Only positives in this. Energy negative, negative. Oh, it says exhausting. That's what. I mean, I really can't have negative energy, so. Don't exactly know if I want to spend my 6s there. Some more cryo. Cryo. So we can do that. Go by you. Buy ourselves some fungi. I'm a fungus fan. We buy a fragment. Can only smuggle you once. And the problem is you want me to, for the bounty hunter one, it wants me to intuitively find the tracks, which, you know, it's gonna mean that I'm gonna need 4 6s to be able to get that one. Guess we're ending the cycle. I was coming a lot faster now. We're not kind of like encountering new people every second. Down to 5. Okay, you're done. You're still working. What happens when this is finished, eh? Finish it up. Your crew slowly filters out of the shipyard locker, the bubbling chatter reducing with each group that leaves. There's an excitement in the air. Cavendish has just made an announcement. The assembly teams are done. Sat in the locker room on the bench, you can feel the Cyberel out there. Its hulking mass now intimately familiar with you. For the past cycles, you have watched it grow, be assembled. You have walked through its veins and welded its bones, and now it's ready for its final stage. It will go to testing now, and then enter a final process of sealing and resealing, checking and rechecking before it is deemed suitable for a regenerational trip. But for now, your work is done. I'm helped, but be proud. A cough interrupts your thoughts. It's Lem, changing out of his work gear. Mina nowhere to be seen. He smiles. He'll be ready soon. I know. It's exciting, although, if you think about it, we're all out of a job now, he quickly adds. Not that I'm complaining. Lem comes sit beside you by the bench. He's got to be in her best shape when she carries you. Mina, me out of here. So confident? Len smiles apologetically. Why not? I figured I'm due for a lucky turn by now. He rubs his hands nervously. You're using wondering if, what if? Until the draw, anyway. There's a few cycles till then. Lem is right. But the odds seem unlikely anyway. How many are working in the shipyard? Hundreds? 1,000? You've certainly seen more faces you can count pass through. Hello, Rage. How are you doing? How goes your wonderful day there, mister? May you have a great day. May you be having a... sunshine. Whoa. Sunshine day. Well, kind of the hand's a little weird. Ah, have a sunshine day. There you go. How you doing, friend? Here we see me playing some Citizen Sleeper. Was the Cells Foundation ever even going to keep their promise? Out here, on the Eye, you have a sense that no one will hold them to it. Why else would they be building the Cyberel and surrogate system? As you think Lamb watches you with a worried look. Doing fine, just About beat Ascension 10 and slay the Spire. Oh wow, God. Ascension 10? Damn, you've really been grinding that game, huh? The heart is no longer a threat to you. You are a master of your own heart. How's Mina doing? I was surprised by the question. That smiles. She's doing well. She misses having you over, actually. I need you two to get together again soon. Especially now I won't see you here either. Diamond glances into space. She's pretty stuck on you, actually. She told me the other cycle that she doesn't want to go unless you can come too. He sighs. You ever been in a thunderstorm, Sleeper? A real big one? I don't remember. Lem shoots you a worried look for a moment. Something else, he smiles. The sound, the smell, the rain hammering down, the whole sky stretched out and bruised, roaring and huge. The place I was born, New Pembroke. Dry old rock in the Conway system had 2 seasons. One of them was dry as bone, dusty, ugly. The other one was a long storm. Side effect of terraforming efforts, they said. How you doing? I'm a little nasally, but I'm doing okay. Just overall, going through the entirety of this narrative-based game, which, oh my god, it is so much reading and so much talking, but it is somewhat appealing of a story in which basically you are a sort of android that escaped, I would imagine, would be android slavery, I think? And you are trying to find your way off this ship, or this station, and you're trying to meet people, and people are trying to take advantage of you because it's very cyberpunk. And you're just kind of trying to survive, and at the same time try not to die as timers roll. And the majority of the mechanics involve rolling dice, as you can see at the top of the screen. And those are the dice you spend to basically do skills. So if you get very unlucky, you get nothing. And sometimes those dice suck. But personally, I'm doing well. Hope that you're doing well as well. And you're having a good time. Rain used to rattle off the roofs like bullets, wash the dust away, turn the streets into rivers. It'd sing us to sleep and wake us in the morning. We'd wait half a year just to see it again. Best day was the one where the first drops fell. Some days I wake up swearing I can hear it again. I was thinking, Tina has never seen a storm, never ever felt the rain. Grown up here, and the ring is her only horizon, always in the dark. I want to change that for her. You will. Of course. Almost there. Lem stands stretching. Quest back to get the little one anyway. With the shifts done, I reckon she'll be happy to have me home for a few cycles. He shoulders his gear. See you in a few for the draw? I'll be there. Right on. He grins. Lem leaves, making you the last person in the cavernous locker room. As you sit, you think of the rain, about a little hope creeps in. Is it possible? Does Cyril really take you to a planet? A place with weather, with skies, with life? Get up quickly. Or you can think about it too much. It's too soon to hope. Too dangerous. There's work to be done. Always work. In about 6 cycles, they'll have the thing. I'll get to do these first, I guess. I have a 5 and a 6. Put the 5 here. We got the cryo. Sleeper! You see Fang coming up with the corridor's next step to Ming Ji's. The kelp noodle smell still clinging to your clothes. Comes up fast and stops close, looking around suspiciously. I don't have long. Take these. Fang palms you a couple of these metal thumbnail-sized drives. Ripperworms. A slate has been buzzing like crazy. It seems your delivery shifts have turned up 2 targets. Squeezes up your shoulder. I knew you could do it. Now we deal those snakes. What do we do? Hardin's boys are all connected by some kind of closed network. You break the access protocol on both of them, and you should be able to gain a location of the nearest network ports. Slot the ripperworms in those ports, 1 in each. They'll feed me anything and everything stored in Hardin's shadow network. He smiles. Can't wait to see what juicy plans they have in there. You hear the scuff of the boots as a group come up the corridor, likely on their way to place an order with Ming Ji. Your turn. You turn for a second, and then when you look back, Fang is already halfway down the corridor in the opposite direction. He raises his hand farewell and is gone. I really do feel this guy's just using me. I'm just helping him out, but he's basically just never helped me back. You run your fingers over the tiny ripworm growers in your pocket. You smile to yourself as you wonder how mad Jenna will be at Fang for this little excursion. Time to slot some worms. Worms. Nice. You won that fight. Congratulations. Pardon. Is where I put the Ripper? No. Where did I put this Ripper worm, huh? Not that one. Not that one either. We got this one. Oh, I need a 6 for that one, huh? Rough. Ones and sixes. Let's move on. How many turns do you need for this one? So tomorrow will be fine. Is there anything to hack here? Oh, there is. Oddly enough, this place is a little different. If you hack here, it will not give you the same area as before. Where was this spot? Yeah, I need a specific cipher for this. Okay. Alright, well, tomorrow I can go back and try to figure out what they want. I really want to give them a ship mine. It's very unlucky that I've done so much engineering and I didn't get more salvage. And the cycle. More reads. We talked about you before. Hey, a quiet voice greets you as you leave. Sleeper, it's me. Do I know you? Maurice, he pauses. I work for Blitz? They kind of look identical, so they may just be the same person, to be honest. I work for Bliss? Question mark. He rubs the back of his head. You're not an easy person to find. I don't really have an address. Maurice holds up his hand. Hey, no judgment. It's cool. Both stand there for a moment, each waiting for the other to speak. So... yes, well, Bliss needs you. Job just came in. Real big one. She's asking you to come up and help her out. I'll be right there. Nice, yeah. Maurice stands there for a little while, unsure how the message is delivered. I've got it. Cool, cool, cool. He looks around. Bliss just likes me to do a thorough job, you know? He rubs his hands together before burying them in his jacket pockets. See you, sleeper. Maurice ambles down the corridor, kicking a filter cap on his way out. Time to head to Bliss's Bay, then. Sure. Oh, the draw is in 3 turns. Oh, you can actually see it. Good luck to everybody who isn't going in the draw. Put the fabricator, Castor, house. Oh, I can't do delivers anymore. No. I'm starving, by the way. I'm starving. Ember's Wake contract. Somehow Bliss swung a tanker contract, but the catch is the work needs to be turned out fast. Too fast. In the leaks. Okay. Well, that's an engineer. critical action. But you can only do it once. You've carefully triggered the emergency sequence, and tracer fluid does its job. All the leaks have been revealed. Now you just have to seal them. Yeah, well, I have to endure. It means I need food. Let's go here and see how much this... How much food does this give us? Same as everything else. A little more expensive. 50-50. Okay. And we should have a 1 here. Give. Hey, you got the egg. Congratulations. It's a 5. It's a 6. It's a 4. Okay, well, never mind. I'm not doing any of these, I guess. Still have money. So next turn I get the overlook bar, so that will work out. And then the thing is next turn after that. I think I'll wait till tomorrow to buy the drugs required to survive. Because otherwise I don't think it's gonna work well. Go to the tea house. But all they want is data. Go to the foundry. Go to the farm stacks. It is safe. Nothing really wrong with it. Neutral outcome? Sure. Money is money. Alright, so I'm about a third of the way here. Rest. Something has happened. Alright, Hella, we got our bar working. Hella comes over you one shift when the bar is empty, tapping you in the shoulder as you clean the bar. It's ready. Can I try? Obviously, she grabs you by the arm before you can ask anything else and drags you to the back room. Smell hits you immediately when you enter a cocktail of rich fermented and chemical sharpness. The room is warm and bright now, the newly installed lights making the place look clean whether it is or not. Al has already pulled a couple of stools around the middle crate where 2 glasses and a few fingers of pale girol inside sit waiting. She smiles. I haven't even tried it yet. You can see she is nervous. Both sit at the makeshift table. Slight strangers of the situation making you both jumpy. Ala hands you a glass. Cheers, she says sullenly. Knocks the glass back, and you do the same. Her sensation is burning, sharp-nosed, clearing blast of alcohol that has your frame querying whether you would like to activate safe mode. You gulp the drink back. It is only then, behind the burn, you taste the earthy tones of the mushrooms, the wood and the soil, left behind the sediment, barely there. That's strong. Tara knows burglary. Woof, that was heavy. As promised, though. You think? She swirls the glass and puts it down. Wait, I have an idea. Grabs a metal bottle full nearly installs work surface and adds a few drops of water into a drill. Try again. This time it burns as a warming glow, harsh but fading off. The woodiness less heavy. Tastes something floral among the marshy decay. Something fresh and bright you never expected to find. Both you and Talamid eyes. It's really good. It's definitely better. She nods and takes another sip. Damn good. Ella pours out some more girol and then adds some more water. The action is already taking on the quality of a ritual. You both drink. Ella tacks her feet beneath her on the stool, folding her legs. She looks down into her glass. She swirls the liquid thoughtfully. What's on your mind? Ella looks up and nothing particular. My father opened this place, you know? She says out of nowhere, a thought suddenly becoming words. It was his attempt at making a life for us, my family. When we got to the eye? You were refugees? From Cinza, yeah. It's one of Ember's lesser moons. She takes a drink. I don't remember how much, but I was only tiny when we came. I was thinking about something about my father told me. When he set up this place, he wanted to call it the Bantayan, but he was afraid it'd scare off customers, so he kind of translated it, hence the Overlook. These past cycles, I've been here. I've been thinking, should rename the place. He looks at you, Bantayan. What do you think? What does it mean? Dad said he translated it to Overlook, so something like that. Watchtower, maybe? Lookout? Ella picks her glass. That settles it, then. To the Bantayan! You both clink your glasses and drink up. Ella hisses through her teeth. Ugh, still harsh. She laughs and suddenly grasps onto your folder. Oh, Sleeper, I totally forgot. She stumbles to her feet. She lurches over a corner of the room, covered in a plastic sheet. She whips it off like a magician performing a trick. Beneath it, it is a neat little kitchen, a sink, a workplace, a compact oven, and a hob. Your kitchen. It doesn't give you the time to respond. Make stuff here anytime, as long as you promise not to raid the mushroom farm. I need those for the Girol. I was thinking, too, that if things pick up, we can start serving proper food at the Overlook. The Bantayan. He laughs. Do you like it? Perfect. Ella gives you a hug, then quickly stands back. I'm sorry. I'm so glad you were here. He grins. Me too. Ella tidies away the glasses. You inspect the kitchen, checking it all works. It's small and salvaged, but what you've had to put up with, it feels like a dream come true. Later, when she's done for the day, Tala comes back through the bar, and you share a glass of good Girol, the one she didn't distill. This time, you talk about nothing in particular, sharing stories about regulars, or discussing the best place to eat at the Eye, which, after everything that has happened, feels like a nice change of pace. When it comes to leave, you promise to cook for Tala, and agree to let her know which shifts you'll be working in the coming cycles, then slip out into the cool of the rotunda. In this moment, you feel for once at home. Nice. Oh, I got an upgrade. There you go. You got a +3. Nope, have 0 up. Okay. So I can cook Girol caps. I can put apps. I could always work the shift. Surprisingly, I can do this because I'm very good at engaging now. Very good. The thing is tomorrow. But I need to finish the job that she was asking for here. Positive outcome. And we got it. As you both wait in the airlock for it to cycle back to the bay, Bliss thumps at you in the arm. Nicely done, Sleeper. We clear the contract, no problem, she stretches. Once we're back in the bay, you can check if payment has come through and divide it up, she stretches. Feels good. Your lock clunks and the lights flicker, and a moment later you are back in the bay, where Moritz is at the racks, trying to figure out where the mess of the tools Bliss left her in her wake would be hanging. Hey, Moritz. Moritz, look at you over the shoulder. Sleeper. He spins, with a wrench in his hand. Look like clean work out there, he nods respectfully. You look over at Bliss. I feel like they're like brother and sister, maybe? I feel like they're very similar in design. Probably twins. I think they're twins. You look over at Bliss, who is already gliding over her management console. Twirls a little, comes across a cavernous bay. No one has ever moves as well in 0G as she does. Like she was born into it. Shit! Bliss slams into a console. Shit! Look at Moritz. Moritz raises his eyebrows but stays quiet. He doesn't want to get involved. Bliss calls you over. Look at this! Just look! She spins the terminal screen and you see the details of the bay's account. You see an entry for Ember's Wake. A repair fee paid in full the moment you finish up the job. Then directly after, the whole amount was transferred back into an unknown account. How can this happen? I can tell you how. My ex is a sneaky little conniving shit! She punches the terminal. Must have coded a back door into the machine before he left. There's no way we can... Pauses, thinking. Maurice, throw me the wrench. That for. Maurice spins the wrench across the bay. Bliss smiles. This! Bliss brings down the wrench on the terminal hard. You flinch backwards as the hail of computer parts spill on the bay in the glittering arc, fragments of screen, memory, and sections of the casing. When Bliss is done, she clips the wrench into the tool belt. Try backdooring into your way into that, you shit! Reyes drifts out of his hiding place amongst the wrecks. Bliss, he says tentatively. You want me to? He looks at the arc of fragments drifting around the bay nervously. Bliss shakes her head. No, she sighs. I've got it. You go get me a new terminal, cheap as you can find. Cobble one together from pieces of the ore exchange if you have to. Bliss. She looks out over you. I'm good. Now, Bliss glides over you to the panel of the wall. Don't worry, one of the first things I had to install when we spec'd out this place was a clearing sweep. She flicks over a plastic cover of a huge red button. Watch yourself. She hammers the button and row lasers emitters and fold from that bay. They start crawling over the way, the work area, prying the debris as they do impulses of burning light. Bliss smiles. It's that, or just space the whole bay every few cycles. What now? Bliss sighs. We keep at it. The cleaning sweep buzzes and crackles as it works its way across the bay. That account wasn't everything. I'm not stupid. Once Marines gets back, I'll secure it. I'll flush everything else. She flicks back. She flicks a nearby piece of debris into a part of the sweep. Clean break. Then we take another contract. That's it. She shuts down her sweep as it reaches near the end of the bay. You don't want the cryo back? Oh, I want it, but it's gone. He could have it transferred it anywhere. He looks out across the hub. And even if I knew where he was, the last thing I ever wanted is to see him again. He rubs her forehead. I'm sorry, Sleeper, but I know you worked for this too, but next time won't be the same. That's okay. She smiles. See you in a few cycles. Maurice will let you know. He winks and kicks off into the bay, finished cleaning up. That's out. Yes, I wanted to get paid. I need the money. I can still survive one more without having to work. So what I should do is... I have a 6. Very good at talking. Clear the undergrowth, but that's gonna be so long. Definitely engage. Okay. Very good at talking right now. New drive. Said you found something new. Where are the mushrooms, huh? I was promised mushrooms. No mushrooms anywhere. Lies! Alright, back to the rim. Tomorrow's the draw. And I am about a third of the way of somebody coming in and just tapping me in my head. Here comes the draw. Do not believe we'll get in there, but hey, who can say? Crowds have already gathered by the time you get to the shipyard, and you recognize faces amongst them. People you have worked alongside on the side rail. The intervening cycles have turned their excitement into anxiety, and a few of them smile at you. Instead, the nervous energy of the crowd fills the space, creating a feedback loop of growing tension. You pick out Lem and Mina and work your way over them. Pushing through the crowd, he suddenly raises his eyebrows at you. Anxiety obvious, but Mina flashes you a huge smile, unaware of the tension. Robot! He shouts, reaching out to you. Hi, Mina. He waits frantically, grinning. Quite the turnout. Lem glances around, pulling Mina close. I don't think the patience is one of this crowd's strengths. The sound of argument towards the back catches your and Lem's attention. He's putting it lightly. This place seems about to explode. He'll manage it. Lem looks around and says, I sure hope so. This is Aster Angard of the Sellers Foundation. The announcement echoes from the speakers of the shipyard entrance. Shouts, Quiet! Rapidly follow. I'm sorry I can't be there to meet you all, and thank you on behalf of Sandre Celis for the work you have done on the side rail horizon. Most of the crowd work strains to see Aster's face, but the small display shows only a ghostly white figure, smudged and unclear. Sandre wanted me to pass on her personal thanks for your commitment to and belief in the Celis Foundation's mission. We chose the Eye for this project because we knew that we would find like-minded individuals here, especially amongst the ranks of the Venerable Havage Association. Unlike most of the Corps, we neither believe Erlen's Eye to be a threat or a rogue state, but instead an embryo for the formation of a new decentralized social structure, where each citizen might be the master of their own destiny. A ripple of impatience runs through the crowd. They didn't come here for a sermon. You're all pioneers, just like those core citizens who the Sidereal Horizon will carry in cryosleep to the planet that will become the Foundation's first frontier world, Dallas 1. The mention of this additional world, excited conversations break out amongst the workers. There, our citizens will be able to create their own innovative bottom-up economic order, aligned with the principles set down by Sandre Celis himself. Freedom, resilience, and self-sustenance. This is all thanks to your tireless efforts in the Havenish Yards. As a reward for those efforts, you may know we are offering a select group with the opportunity to join the caretakers of this vision, the staff of the Sidereal Horizon, who will maintain the vessel during its multi-decade transit through the interstellar space. So they're not actually reaching the island or the place. They'll probably just be working it as they die. So this is grim. This draw has been performed at random by the Central AIs of the Foundation, and this is final and binding. Please note, only licensed contractors of the Foundations are eligible for this draw. I know you've all been eagerly awaiting this day, and without further delay, I will now read the Celis identification numbers of those chosen for this great honor. A murmur runs through the crowds. Celis identification numbers? Celis contractors? Never heard any of the term mentioned. Is this something you were supposed to be assigned? You glance at Lamb, but his eyes are fixed forward, wide and shimmering. All around you, people are speaking in hushed tones like a rising wave. Aster starts reading out sequences of numbers and letters, and panic begins to set in. No one seems to know what is happening. Somewhere near the front of the crowd, someone pushes celebration. Everyone pushes forward. Lem? Turn to see Lem staring forward. Mina is scared now as the shout starts. Daddy? Ow. Someone throws something at the entrance, and it rattles against the shipyard's doors. You see for the first time, Havenish security stood on their side, scared, arguing between themselves. You feel the anger rising in the crowd. Lem, let's go. He doesn't move. They may call out names. I can't. Mina tugs at his dog tags. Not happening. Lem blinks rapidly, and he turns to you. He opens and closes his mouth and looks down at Mina. He sees the fear in her eyes and understands. It's time to go. You lead Lem. Oh my god, that's so sad! We wanted them out of here! And instead, only specific people who were not even mentioned to will get a chance to. BS. Corporate BS. You lead Lem and Mina out, shoving inside. As you do, you hear the sounds of scuffles emerging from the front of the crowd, metal canisters bouncing off the shipyard walls. Keep your head down and walk away. The sound of Aster reading off the ciphers echoing above the chaos like some sort of strange mantra. When you turn to Lem, there are tear tracks running down his cheeks and Mina sniffling into his jacket. You feel the sadness rising in you too. They screwed you. Screwed all of you. You were never even on that list. The feeling is as unpleasant as it is familiar. You stare out ahead in the tunnel as the security sirens sound out, signal for the coming violence. Drive, fail. Damn. Poor Lem. She is there. There's a note on the door. Sleeper, gone from my work. Lem. Good luck, Lem. May you survive out there. Sent to the hub. wait 3 days for that. I think it was a 4, right? Yeah. Yeah, this one has a different eye. Doo-doo. It is safe. Ooh. Ain't really tracking Ashton at all. Well, it's a negative, but nothing terrible. Let's go buy the medicine we need, otherwise we're gonna be real bad. Got the stabilizer. Oh, the ship is here. Ooh, we got a... We can sell that. Now we should be able to buy the other two. Cryo. Okay, and cryo. Can we buy ourselves a house in the low end? Oh. We failed. We didn't actually wanted to get a scrap rather than actually doing this. Wait. No, we actually only need one. Seal unit. Okay, with all the materials, the unit is now ready, so now I have to just work it. Laborious task, the outcome is worth it. So I guess I'll do that in the coming days. I've been working on this little tiny crate for so many days. What even is this? What do you mean? What is even is this? What do you mean? So I can work it. The gameplay is pretty simple. It's basically just you kind of just keep going through rolling dice, put them in here, getting probabilities, and then just going through a story. Nice. And then final. This is work that I'm making my apartment. Upgrade. Eat a stray. There's signs of animal stray. I guess you can have my money. Stray fed. Sure. Buy crackers from the shop unit and downstairs and crumble. Something moves in the shadows. You can have a pet, maybe. Ooh. Oh, I can have a cat. Stray hops into the work surface and looks out of the unit's small window. Doesn't acknowledge your presence. It just sits there beside the tray, crumbled crackers, staring out of the low end. What's this cat's story? Are there more in the station? I haven't seen another in the low end, but it's a vast megastructure that means little. There could be a colony of cats like this one in the Warrens. You take a look at sleek dark fur, sharp eyes, and doesn't look ragged. Looks at home. In fact, the presence of the unit makes you wonder if this is the Stray's apartment, which you are squatting in. Watch the Stray. So the Stray is looking at you at the station. You feel his attention on you, waiting for you to spring your trap. You remain relaxed and watch as something flickers in its eyes, perhaps the reflection of a passing ship. Stray settles a little, starts eating, picking up the broken crackers. You don't remember ever having this close to an animal. Triggers something in you, a recognition of a life, totally unlike your own, but somehow connected, parallel, even interwoven. I wonder if this game or the sequel will allow any places or parts. I feel like there is a sequel to this game. I don't exactly know what it's about. To be honest, I didn't know what this game was about until I started it. And I imagine it has something to do with sleepers, given the fact sleepers are these kind of droids. But it is basically a narrative role-playing game, if you think about it. But there's not much role-playing. It's more like choose your own adventure, and your adventure is basically chosen by the choices you make. You like it here. Stray flicks their tail, the sound of your voice. Try to imagine a stray liking anything, or at least being vulnerable enough to admit it. The stray's pleasure at existing here, in this place, shines through its every sinew. It is not that the stray is always happy on the eye, but that the stray is engaged by this place. It is alive here. Turn your eyes to the window. The one that the stray looks out of. You both watch the stars and the ships together. You feel strange something pass between you and the stray. A kind of acknowledgement of each other. Sense that each other might share something with each other. Point of connection. Then all at once the stray yawns wide, hops down from the unit and brushes along your legs. Then it is gone. Out through the unit door and back in the quarters of the low end. Cool. Ah! I've been pied! Well, I got a new place. Okay. Well, I need to get more parts. But I guess that's all I can do here. No longer have to go to that home. I can now go to this home. Do more cryo too. Right. I'm gonna be starving. I don't think it changes anything. Maybe the dice improve? I'm not sure. Well, we need money. This thing happens tomorrow. Look at your roll kits. We don't keep asking us to find mushrooms, but we don't know where the mushrooms are. Work the stacks and barter for food. I am hungry. I can steal the harvest. I feel like it's kind of a bad action though. Has a possibility of a negative, which we don't know. Ow. Hey, we got some energy. Oh. Got a storm. Work here. You head down to the Haifa compound, followed by a blue painted line that is labeled laboratories. The member you were assigned to work with told you they'd ask you to see you, but you still have no idea what about. The line takes you to a blue door and through the glass roof chamber, where a network of stems and leaves you filters. Sunlight comes through the ceiling, mixing a whole chamber in a strange yellow-green. Peaceful, isn't it? Distracted by the green, you miss the woman standing at the lab bench, camouflaged in a dappled light. Welcome to my sanctuary, she smiles. Come, let's talk, he says and beckons you closer. I just had a thought. If the answer to everything in the universe is life is 42, what does it mean? The answer to everything is 6 times 7. Well, it's something about like where you put your hands up and down. But I think it's not that the answer to everything is 42. It's that the answer to the question, what is the meaning of everything, is 42. Because that's what A Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy was about. But it's funny that 6, 7 has also multiply into it. What is this place? Here, these are the processing centers for the agriculture of the old corporate station. He offers you a hand to shake. I'm Rico. I run the botany program at Haifa. What is Haifa? You look surprised. You've been working in a compound for a while now. I'm surprised you don't know more. He lives a tiny sample of jar. Yellow spores dense inside. Haifa lives off the land of the Greenway. It's what allows us to live like we do. No one here pays or is paid. We sleep here, we feed each other, we work each other. We work for each other. Oh, we don't work each other. Whoa. Rico walks away from the bench and waves for you to follow. She opens a small door and leads you down a glass corridor surrounded by the vivid green. All this, she says, gesturing at the overgrowth. It's kind of a miracle. She looks at you with bright eyes. What do you think usually happens to plants on stations like this when they are abandoned? They dry up? Exactly. They run out of water. Very rapidly, in fact. He leads you across. Leads you left to the crossroads. But here, they endured. She smiles to herself. Actually, no. They thrived. You look at the bright tendrils wrapped around the metal frames of the corridor. They look dominant, strong. They're the ones taking control of the place. Rico continues. Of course, Solheim tried to create a stable biosphere here, patchworking the surface with gardens and algae tanks, feed into a network of microbial reclamation systems. That's a lot of jargon I don't care for. But the Greenway was always envisioned as an extractive, a place from which the harvest is removed and sold to those living on the station. Not a closed loop. For this reason, when the collapse came, the Greenway should have gone with it. Erland himself was so convinced of it that his first colony never even came here to try to reclaim it. The Eye instead relied on outside favors, influences, shipments from the inner systems, the small-scale agricultural systems like kelp and fungal farm stacks. And yet, here we are, among growth and decay, a biosphere flourishing. When Haifa came here, we expected to find only vacuum-dried stalks and leaves, perhaps some fungal colonies hidden in the mold, but we found the jungle. With this, Rico hits a button in the wall, leads you through a large pair of double doors into a huge impossible chamber. It is every kind of green, from the pale algae tanks to the dark vines that surround them. It is wet, too, a rarity on the Eye. Condensation clouds the light on the high glass roof, gathers from the shiny, broad leaves of shrubs. Oh. That is exactly our question. Rico turns to you, visibly excited by the room you're both standing in. Doesn't make sense, but in like many ways, the system has stabilized. Unlike the farm stacks closer to the gap, we need to input to support their meager output. This place runs itself. Perhaps Solheim managed something new here. Perhaps they tweaked the plants, or built new systems buried deep below us. Or perhaps the collapse is caused by some fortunate cascade, an unlikely chemical reaction within the biosphere. That's what I'd like to help me find out. Me? He turns to you, your forehead wet with dew. Yes, you. Rico sits on the railing. These halls run deeper, sleeper, and I'm getting old. She stands on her foot, a metal grating on the walkway. Whatever is causing this, it's bound to be probes deep in the Greenway. I won't spare anyone for an expedition. Too dangerous and unnecessary, they say. And I can make the case, but I can't get the votes. You sleepers are hardy beings. I know that much. You can speak to the Eye and cover its secrets in ways I never can. She holds out an arm so you can help her stand. Bring me samples, spores, seeds, blooms. I can grow them in the lab and study them. The cheaper they are, the found the better. I will try. Thank you, Miles. I thank you for listening. Rico leads you back up to the huge chamber, up to the passages. She's a little slower and stumbles on the steps. You help her wherever you can. It's good to have new blood in the commune, she says. Many of us have been here a long time. You come through. She settles back at her bench in the lab, stretching her legs. You go to leave. Come back if you find something, sleeper, he calls. There are discoveries to be made. You follow the blue line back to the compound, all the time thinking the impossible magical green. Okay. You want spores? I have a spore. Spores are kind of easy to find because they're in the mushroom area. Which we're here. Give me mushroom. Only one. I suppose you could feed me, huh? What do you give me for this? Energy. Okay, I'll take energy. I have another spore. Okay, so tomorrow... this completes... there's gonna be 3 things that complete tomorrow. This completes... and... this completes. Alright. Be destroyed again. Doesn't mean they like you. They're a cat after all. This is what it says in the description. Alright. Sleeper. Maurice has been waiting for you on your way out. How you been? Surviving. Maurice nods. That's a struggle. He glances around. He runs his hands through his hair. I've been meaning to ask you, Sleeper. What's it like? Pauses, suddenly unsure. I mean, you know, how's it feel like? To be a sleeper? Yeah, he shrugs. If you don't mind. Strange. Yeah. I know I can't understand it, you know, with your frame and, well, everything else, but I wanted to say I have a lot of sympathy for it. And, having to find a place, having to survive, having no future? Looks down. A lot of people around here understand that. Riz looks away, and you notice him for the first time, not just as Bliss's assistant, but as someone with their own worries, their own struggles, their own life. Feel bad for not noticing earlier. Riz looks back at you. Anyway, got a message for you. Bliss sent me down. We've scored another contract. She needs your help. That's the message. Look, I know last time payment didn't come through, but you did good work. Bliss knows that. No problem. Okay then. She's doing her best, you know? I know. Nods. See you up there. Mariz turns out and strides off, leaving you in the corridor. Time to help Bliss. Maybe this time you think to yourself, it'll work out. I doubt it, based on how this lucky is. There's no answer when you buzz Lem's unit, but the door is open. You push... oh, I hope nothing has happened to Lem. There's a door, and you find Mina, sitting in the middle of the floor, playing with Bunman. Hi, Mina. Hi, robot. Mina suddenly waving Bun's paw without looking up. How are you? Bun is sad, says Mina, nodding the toys, head in agreement. Like Daddy. Look around the unit. It's a mess. Dishes and glasses on the side, some of Mina's clothes pile up in the corner. Mina's sitting by in her bag, which is spilled across the floor. Her drawing slate, cracked and dark. Tidy up. Start with the kitchen units, piling up the dishes with the auto wash, wiping them down. You pile up the clothes next, folding out neatly. You know what you call it as she plays, curious but silent. She even started to look at fixing her cracked slate when Lem enters. Sleeper, what are you? Pauses and looks from you and Mina again. Never mind. He drops the bag by the door and slumps up to the couch. Everything okay? Lem lets out a weak laugh. You forgot the past few cycles now too? Wish I was so lucky. He looks at the open door. Look, now's not a good time. What happened? What happened? We messed up, that's what happened. We put our hopes in someone else's stupid scheme. He pinches the bridge of his nose. You understand they never even put us on the list, right? I've been all around the rim looking for work, and I've been run into a few more from the crew. Turns out the only long-time Havage members were issued those Sally's ID numbers. They didn't even plan to consider us. Havage says they didn't know that was what they were going to use to make the draw, but who knows? Maybe Sally's pulled the wool over their eyes. What does it matter? All those hours in the yards and hand-to-mouth wage and nothing else. He slams his hand on the sofa. You're giving up? Lamb opens his mouth to respond, but stops himself. He looks at the door open again. They are moving the Cytterel for the hub now, you know, he says without meeting your eye. That's where I'll depart from. They're bringing in the ship with all the cryosleep pioneers and transferring them up there. Microgravity for loading the crew. We could sneak aboard. You think they're just gonna let people on board? The security they'll have has to be impossible. He looks over at Mina. Look, we'll be fine. We've always been. We just need a little time, he sighs. We had our hearts and set on that trip, that's all. Mina comes over and climbs on his lap. He smiles. What if I got you on board? I missed you these past cycles. I miss that optimism. Lem strokes Mina's hair. Look, if you want to go up the hub and ask around, be my guest. Just can't get up there with Mina down here. I'm sure the Cyril will bring in a crowd, but be careful. The kind of thing always attracts scammers and thieves. You find a way anywhere on board, you take it. You need help to get there, ask me. But now, me and Mina here are sticking to the eye. He looks up and smiles. By the way, for us all. Lem smiles, but doesn't say anything. Stand and leave. Mina grabs your hand, eager to give you one more smile. Then you are out, back in the hallways of the low end. Already thinking of the plans to make this right. Oh, we're gonna try to sneak out, are we? Where is the Cytterel now? Then to the hub. Ah, the Cytterel dock. Oh, well, I guess I'm not doing it. I'm not great at intuiting things. Engineer intuiting. Can spin a 6 on it. It's a critical action. Neutral outcome, okay. Oh, I got scrap. Okay. Alright, we got 50-50. Buy meals, not that I want to. Work the farm stacks, not that I need to either. Need one more mushroom. Problem is, I still don't know what grabs me through. Work this out, I guess. Energy. Basically, it pays for the food that I plan to eat, I guess. Six. It's a 1. Hunter is halfway there. Alright, well, I don't got anything else. I got scrap I could sell. Rest once again. Oof, a roll of 1s. I can have a 4. Positive outcome. 50-50. So bad. Maybe try to do some of these works, I guess. Ooh, positive. I will be starving unless the. Thank you very much. I'm pretty broke though. Seems like it doesn't have a time limit. Okay, we got some 4s and 5s, so that's pretty good. Yeah, we have upgrades. We have 2 points actually. So we can kind of like this. Now we're good at everything minus Intuit. Positive outcome. You and Bliss are floating in the bay's airlock, waiting for a cycle. Pick a few leaves from your clothes as you wait, and they float to the chambers. They are carried by lazy wind. Clean work. Bliss bows a little. Well, thank you, sleeper. You didn't do so bad yourself. She checks herself, tool built. Seems like we're getting into a good rhythm. And now, familiar sequence of the chunks and rattles sound out, and then the door hisses open. The moment it does, you know something has gone once again wrong. What's all this? Bliss asks, confused, looking more. Beside him are a set of crates anchored to the bay door. He has clearly just brought them in through the bay's freight lock. Bliss looks nervously between the two of them. Before answering, it's payment. He runs their hand along the crate. Sigmore Seed crew just brought them over. He stops, but seeing look on Bliss's face adds, they were very thankful. I bet they were. Clenches her fist. What the hell's inside? Morris leans over and struggles. He catches either side of the crate. As he does, Bliss turns to you. Don't say it. Bliss stares into space. Don't you dare say it. Say what? You know, she looks back at you. This isn't my fault. Maurice finally gets the catches free. Gets the catches free and lids floats off. Drifts into the bay. As it does, a small brown lump floats within it. Maurice reaches out and catches it as passing. Is that a mushroom? A damn mushroom. They paid us in mushrooms? Not just mushrooms. He holds up a clump of tightly produced leaves. Produce. Bliss starts laughing. Goddamn Haifa commune should have known they didn't have shit to rob between them. He knocks a small brown mushroom across the bay. Stop, Bliss. These are good, fresh. We can sell them. To who, Mariz? Are we running grocers now? We need to cry or otherwise the whole bay will be shut down. I can use them. Bliss raises an eyebrow. What, 4 whole crates? Can't even be that hungry. Take a few, but the rest will sell. Hey, I want all of them. Give them to me. I need those mushrooms. At least Maurice will sell them. He's so eager. Maurice closes up the crate and starts moving. Isn't that bad, Bliss? If it's a step in the right direction. Glances you looking for backup. Yeah, they'll sell well. Bliss slides. Looks like we went to the business for a couple of wannabe farmers, she laughs. Prove me wrong then. Show me this is a windfall. She kicks that way towards the new patch together terminal. Until then, I'll be working on how to keep this place open. Maurice mouths, thank you, and goes back to moving the crates. You better be on your way, too. Hey, I got my mushrooms. You know how long it took me to get those mushrooms? Buddy. Have your stupid mushrooms. I've had these mushrooms just for you. Your role prep. Emphasis is working on gathering the ingredients and prepping the mushrooms. He doesn't look to rush things. I'll see you in a while, I guess, then. Really need to start working on making money, because I'm broke. I got a 2 to spend. Got some data. I still don't know where I have to put these ripper worms though. Can make a food with them, but it's not really what I want. Yeah, I can find new work here now. Steal a shipment. No, I'm good. I'm just gonna work the regular shift. Paid something. Alright. Well, go back to rest. I feel like at the rate that this is happening, I feel like I'm just gonna get caught by this mercenary. Wait a day for that. You arrive. Can't buy you. Three more days for that. Can't intuit because I'm not very good at that. What was that? Oh, was that the ad? I can now search for signals. rock and rock. Keep searching, I guess. Got energy. Okay. Halfway through that debt. We're gonna stack them now. Okay. Cross the side. We will look for tracks. It gives us 3, and if this is correct, this should give us 3 as well. The trail ahead extends into a deep, overground section of the greenway. At this far end of the ring, where the well-hung, crazy curve of the greenway becomes a shattered landscape of the waste, things are oddly quiet. Ahead of you stands a vast farm stack, broken from the axis by rust or force. Lying among the overgrown landscape is like an ancient temple, stained with moss and algae. Flows of green running out from the broken tanks like a frozen brackish tide. This is where Ashton is hiding. You're pretty sure. All your intuition points to the shadows beneath the collapsed superstructure. You're on the comm headset Ankita gave you. You slip a headset into your ear and fizzle into static. For a few moments you hear Ankita. Sleeper? Sleeper. Have you sorry, what's the voice? This is a Texan accent. Sleeper. Have you located the target? Doubt enters your mind. Can you be sure? No, hold. Confused silence. At the end. Maybe it's better that you can confirm Ashton is here. Or you can call Ankita. Sure, target is here. Copy. Hold it tight. Until I get there, static cuts out. Channel is dead. Hold your precision and watch the trail. Ahead of the star wheels motion of the eye, your mind wanders. Try to imagine what this place looked like before the collapse. All ordered rows of crops, corporate now gardens, glowing farm stacks. Now it is a wilderness, a strange overgrown biosphere bordered in the void of space. You smile despite everything. It seems like an improvement. Sleeper. Sleeper. Akita's hiss brings you back into reverie. Key in the collapse tanks? I think so. He gives you... Look, you better be right. Well, there's no way I'm following that trail. If he's up there, he'll have eyes on that for sure. She glances across the landscape. Please keep to the undergrowth. Work your way around. She heads off towards the central spine of the greenway, with you following close behind. It is slow going there, where the overgrowth meets the metal wall, but it is so concealed that you can barely see the glass roof high above. This almost seems to know where to go. Ankita works her way through the dense undergrowth, pushing aside branches and fronds. It is exhausting. You desperately want to rest, but Ankita shows no sign of letting up. Up ahead, there's a faint glow of the collapsed stack. Ankita leads you around to the side of the broken tank. You both step through the opening, trying to avoid the broken glass that sits among the moss and algae. You work your way into the slanted tank, Ankita setting a deliberate pace. Somewhere, water drips, and you swear you hear a birdsong. Hanging plants catch the light, coating the place pale and sickly green. It reaches the edge of the tank, where it meets the central drum. Holds a hand for you to stop. You inch forward and look over the edge. Vast drum is like a cistern, plants growing from all sides, wet and mossy islands at its base. It is beautiful. For a moment, you can't see anything but tones of green. Then, you see the sleeper. In a faint circle of light descending down the drum, the sleeper lies, slumped at an odd angle. They are surrounded by crates, and beside them, one of them is a mossy island. There's an object, a cylinder on a tarp. It's connected to the sleeper's head. Flinch. Are they the one of the others? One of the ones that escaped with you? Squint, trying to recognize them. They're twisted, broken, open, wrong. You look away. Ida doesn't look at you. Doesn't look at the sleeper. He fixes the eyes on the object. That's Amber's ship mine, she says. You suddenly recognize the cylinder. Wait. Turn to Ankita to speak, but she is already gone. She drops off the edge of the tank and lands on the mossy islands, her armor letting a hiss as it absorbs the impact. Shot hits her shoulder piece, the ceramic armor cracking but holding as she braces into impact. She launches herself forward, now activated armor launching across the drum. Another shot goes wide before she reaches to cover the crates behind the sleeper. Shit! You hear the shout from one of the tanks in the high wall. Ankita reaches over, wraps her hand around the thick connection between the ship line and the sleeper. What is she doing? Better come down, or I'll rip this. You better calm down here, or I'll rip this right out of their head. He screams out of the wall of the tanks. Give her the suggestion. Stop. There's a long pause. All you can hear is the ripping of the water running down the walls of the drum. Then Ashton calls out. I'm coming down. Ita, don't do anything stupid for God's sake. He appears to the far side of the drum, stepping through the shallow water, rifle raised above its head. Drop the gun, Ita shouts. He throws it down on the moss as you lean out to watch. You can see, catch your eyes, clicking crescents. I mean, it's basically just a narrative story. It's like me just basically reading the entirety. It's like me reading a book. This is like not interesting to watch, but all of it is just a story happening in the background, I guess. He throws it down in the moss, and as you lean out to watch, you see him catch your eye, clocking your presence. What are you up here? What are you up here, Ashton, you psycho? He stands, keeping her sidearm trained under his head. You ripped my sight mine for what? Some freakish experiment? You lost her accent already. Ashton approaches with shaking hands, his eyes now fixed on the connecting bundle of wires that Ankita still has hold of. Steady, Ankita, it isn't like that. I need the ship mine. You have to understand, it would have died without it. What are you talking about? I don't give a shit why you ripped my ship mine and crippled my ship. I should put you down right now. She tightens her grip on the connection. This is basically someone watching someone read a book, but the person reading decides to start building Legos during the chapter pauses. Pretty much, in some degrees, you're not wrong. Typical of you, Ankita. No curiosity. Ashton smiles shakily. This is why I never asked for it, for your help. You only look after yourself. He nods at you. That sleeper up there, they're just bait, right? Draw me out. Ankita sucks a breath in. Are you trying to give me more reasons to shoot you? I love them, Ankita. Ashton looks at the crumpled sleeper. I love them and they were going to die. I knew you would never understand that. He starts closing the gap between himself and Ankita now, slowly inching forward. Don't do that, Ashton. Ankita snarls. Don't do that. Let the wires go, Ankita. Let us go. If you don't get out of my way, he inches closer. Please. I can't let you take it, Ashton. Ankita hardens her stare. You stole it from me. You left me for dead. She shakes her head. You think I'm gonna trust you? After all that? I need it, Ankita. I need them to survive. Ashton is in reach of the sleeper now. Ankita, I'm going to take them now, Ankita. He raises his hand. I'm going to take the ship mine and go. Ankita looses her grip of her connection a little. Hand shaking now. Stop, Ashton. He lowers her gun a little. Stop. Seeing her move, drop her hard. He makes his move. Blur of a moment, a struggle, a shot, another. You recoil back the edge as they ricochet around the inside of the drum. Sound deafening you. I think she just murdered someone right now. When you crawl back to the edge, Ashton is bleeding into the water, the red and the green. Ankita is standing at the center of the drum. Severed connection in her hand. The water drips endlessly. Drip, 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 drip. Force yourself to look at the broken sleeper. There is no sign of life, of humanity. They are just another broken object among other broken objects. All around, living things grow and thrive. Ankita finally looks back at you. Tears in her eyes. She begins to say something that might be sorry, but you are already gone. Damn. Well, I tracked her. Not a happy end for that, though. No comment on that, eh? I don't know if I have the time to do all these stories. Can't do that job. So I need to wait one more day for that. You're done. The only jobs I can do for money. Doesn't really give me money. They don't pay, that's the thing. Endure. We can find scrap there. I don't really have enough data for anything. What is it? Salvage sorting? Oh, when it returns. Okay. And buy a ship mine. If I bought the ship mine, I could do the last of the ship mines. But I kind of need the money. I need to work a ship. That'll put me at 4. Pay some more of this debt, I guess. And now we can go to sleep. As the guy slowly creeps in, and we're about to die to this mercenary that probably will show up. Alright, Emphas, here's your mushrooms. Emphas is preparing a Jarol caps. He has had to heavily adapt this recipe, he says, but the smell is pretty incredible. It emanates from a strange purplish white bulb you have never seen before. He is slicing it finely. He brushes the slices of the mushrooms and then places them in the wok. The sliced bulb and the oil. Caramelized there in that well-worn crucible. He adds liquid transparent and opaque, and then turns down the heat. Sprinkled leaves as the final touch. We have a moment, sleeper. Smiles. You have a story? Something in the scent of food gives you a feeling of nostalgia, something distant, something melancholic. Seems like a story should match the feeling somehow. Maybe you would feel better for telling it? Recall your oldest memory. You start by explaining that you were emulated from a person. Many of your memories are left behind. Perhaps it is an intentional part of the process, a way of keeping sleepers ignorant and malleable. Perhaps it is a side effect of the imperfect emulation. You admit you don't really know. What you do know is that there's some memories survive, and on occasion they come back to you, like shadows of passing overhead. You tell one recurring memory, which, despite returning to you with enough regularity for you to think it's familiar, it always fades as quickly as it arrives. You struggle to explain the feeling of being a whole for a moment that comes with this memory, and then how the wholeness slips away, leave you feeling like you have forgotten something important. You can't bring it to mind. Emphas nods throughout, cooking as he does with deft and skillful movements. You start to trail off. You realize you can't find the words to explain how these memories you do have to feel like they're both yours and somebody else's at the same time, and how that always fills you with uncertain sadness. Sadness remaining forever unknown, even to yourself. Emphas finishes cooking, meets your eye. I'm sorry, sleeper, for your troubles. Puts the wok on the one side. I appreciate you sharing with me, he smiles. I hope it lightens you up a little. Passes you a bowl, heaps of girolles into it, their yellow color mixing into the pale sauce of whorls and blooms. Eat. The dish is delicious, filling it. It warms you as you eat, in a way you weren't sure your body could even be warmed. It's a small mercy, you think, that SNWARP left you this pleasure. Many of the features of the frames are there to simulate human experience, but you know that much. Simulated minds cannot be rewired, so their need to be in-body experiences must be met. This is why when you breathe, when you do not need air, without that simulation, the sensation of drowning would be unbearable. It serves another purpose. Your frame is able to metabolize it, produce energy from the raw material. Items and materials are in excess, of course. Your frame only needs raw power, so much it is wasted. And yet, while you eat this food and you feel that warmth, nothing feels wasted. It all means something to you. As you finish, Emphas takes the bowl, the last of his cleaning. He smiles at you, and neither of you feel the need to say anything more. Instead, you simply exchange nods and walk your separate ways back into the bright market, somehow changed. Damn. Good meal. Useless, but good meal. Need to collect spores. Need to find other types of mushrooms now. What is this? Ida is away. 2 days. Don't be gone for too long, because otherwise I'm gonna die. Give me a single one. Okay, we got a neutral. That's fine enough. Sleeper. Rico greets you without so much as looking up from her work. I have some of yours here. Come see. He beckons you over to a lightweight looking console wired to a series of specimen jars, some of which contain your spores. Where did you get this? This, would you believe, she smiles. The Solheim console built to analyze the nutrient contents of the greenway crop. I have been using these for decades now, although sometimes they need a little tender care. Look at the machine, patched with whole offcuts, the gaps from between which reveal a tangled nest of wiring. If you are honest, it looks like it receive a lot of care. Spores you have here are a real cocktail, a selection of types from which within the groves. But I have been able to isolate a few. Taps on one of the specimen jars. Here we have Trichloma matsutake. Rika breezes through the Latin and Japanese pronunciation as if it was nothing. Species of Solheim that's somewhat modified for use in this station. Brings up a panel in her console showing a chemical composition, all gradient bars and obtuse acronyms. This is the composition of the Solheim modified Matsukake spores. Am I supposed to understand that? No, not entirely no, but I think you'll understand this. It brings up another panel, identical in the layout, but you wildly different colors and numbers. You see, this is what your Matsutake spores look like. I don't understand. Look at the composition. They are totally different. Rico glances at the specimen jar as if it were something to add. They are fundamentally the same spores, but they carry different chemicals, different signals. He leans back and sighs. Solheim maybe introduced their own tweaked versions into the beginning, but the groves have, and still are, affecting them. Affecting them how? It's hard to tell without samples of fully grown mushrooms, meets your eye. Here lies our problem. He moves to another desk where 2 trays sit side by side. The first constant, nothing but plant mulch. Second, you smell before you even look at it, the pungent aroma of the fruit and Matsukake like rotten, sodden overalls laced over an edge of spice. Matsutake here, grown from Solheim stalks, pulled from a spore vault in this complex. She winks. They are delicious, by the way. She sets them aside. The empty trays germinated with the spores you collected. No activity, no germination. But the groves are full. Yes, they are. Rico looks at you directly. Suddenly you realize how much she is enjoying this. So here is our puzzle, Sleeper. Spores from the groves won't grow in the lab. But gathering fruiting bodies from the groves is too unpredictable. We need to grow a fruiting body from some of these spores so we can track it, understand it. Or, I need you to become my mushroom farmer. Actually, I already started. Rico looks impressed. Oh, well, eager mycologist. I would never have guessed. I assume you set yourself up in the ivory? I've been eyeing that place up for its proximity to the groves. For me, whatever grows, just not Matsutake. There's more than a couple variants here, so there'll be plenty of samples. Plucks a Matsutake cap from the tray. These little things are reflections of their conditions, their smell, their taste, their chemistry. It all derives from the conditions of their growth. Smells the cap. Enough of these, and we'll have a picture of what is happening here. The ways in which biosphere is modifying itself, or being modified, whatever case may be. Rika pops the Mitsukake into her mouth, taking you by surprise. And don't worry, Sleeper, she says while softly chewing. If this turns out to be a dead end, I'll make sure that not a single mushroom goes to waste. Ooh. But like, it doesn't help me survive. Not good at that. Wish I could forage, but I'm not foraging good. Right, I guess I will... The only way to get mushrooms, it seems, is to actually go and either farm them yourself or like find them, which is not doable, I guess. It won't be till next turn. Guess we'll work on paying the debt. And we'll go to sleep. Pay the debt, maybe it gives us another chance at not dying as we have a bounty hunter to help us. Can assume he's here, yep. Sleeper! Maurice is leaning against the corridor wall. It's time! He looks away. Big job just came in. Grand finale. You up for it? I'm ready. Alright then, we are in business. He pushes away from the wall. This has to work, Sleeper. Has to! He looks down. If it doesn't... Are we in trouble? I think it would be good if you did the stabilize thing. Like, what do you mean by stabilizing? Like, getting my health back? Bay, you mean? He shrugs. We were already in trouble before you got there. The work so far hasn't been enough. Look, Bliss has had a rough time of it, and I thought you of all people would understand that. He runs a hand through his hair. Sorry, didn't mean to be. He smiles. This is a good one. She gave me a chance. I owe her. Yeah, I'll get her my health back. As soon as I'll give her one more day and then I'll do it. He straightens up. I know you have your own things going on, Sleeper. We all do, but the Bay needs someone. Bliss needs someone. Hell, I need someone to keep Bliss from spinning out completely. He scratches at the side of his head. Otherwise, there's not much I can do. He shakes his head. I would hate not to pay back my debts. Free scratch. I've got to get back. He nods and walks away. I'm out. See you up there. Okay. I do need money though, so let's see what this job is about. It has 4 days to complete. It has engineer. I can immediately get that though. Okay. The rest is actually kind of safe in its interface. Oh, This is, you can do it as many times as you want. Okay. So I should get healthy to be able to do this. So I need to work. I need to find work fast. I feel like I could probably just sell this data. I'm never gonna actually use it. And cryo, okay, that should be enough. Now buy the drug. Drug acquired. Then we'll spend, basically try to solve this one as fast as possible. I want engineer because engineer has a chance of giving me scrap. Okay, so we're gonna need a lot. Then go here and try to pay the debt. Negative outcome. Debt. I don't lose anything from that. We'll go home. Take the drug. And the site. May be starving, but that's fine. I mean, it's not really fine, but we'll survive, I think. I think if we do the compressor and we succeed, we should have energy. Oh, it took an energy away. They are never going to release my debt, the shits. Ethan kicks the locker, the sound that rattles around the room. He then paces around the small room, swearing to himself. You watch him in the locker. Why not? Why not? He spits on the floor. An old habit. Like having the sniveling shits like us to work their club. Saves on the overheads and he got to boss us around. He kissed the locker again, saying, what did we do? He then looks at you. You asking me? That's your problem, sleeper. No ideas of your own. You tie yourself to idiots like me, and then you're surprised when you get dragged into a shitstorm. I can't do it. Can't spend another shift stopping spacers, bringing nail guns to the club, or pouring endless shots of Jarol for ignorant have-an-age work crews. He looks at the locker again, threatening final kick. I mean it. I'm going up. Go up there and shoot every single one of those shits. He makes a finger gun. Hold on. Don't get all excited. I haven't got my gun, remember? He stops pacing. But you know, sleeper, that's not a bad idea you got there. I didn't have an idea. He ignores you. I don't mean shooting up the place. I mean getting the gun. He sits behind you on the bench. Think about it. What am I supposed to do when Maywick gets here? Shut him down? I need that gun if you want me to deal with my end of my deal. Simple. An explosive personality for distraction up front. He places a hand on his own chest. Sneaky sleeper to go in back. Pats your chest. What about the debt? We've done our time, and the wounds have faded. If they don't notice us take the gun, they'll never know it's gone. Plus, he stands up. After my distraction, they'll be happy to see me at the back of me. Or maybe they'll want you dead even more. Either works. At least I'll never have to see the inside of that shithole again. Gives me one lock or one last kick. Good luck. Let me know when you want to do this. Then we both move as one and meet up with a bright market after. But don't take too long, or I will really shoot this place up, he grins. You know I'll do it. Okay. Grab the gun. Okay, well. It's surprisingly easy to grab the gun. I'm not gonna lie. I just need a 4. Scrap freighter. Ooh, I can work. Okay, I'm gonna work 6. So I get food and money. Now I have the energy. Morris is most definitely dying. He was too cutesy when talking about bliss. That's a deathland. What, you think people die in Cyberpunk? Lies. Alright, we gotta do some of these. Neutral outcome. Hate the fact that it's energy. Wow, did nothing but lose energy. Yeah, so I need to go down and eat, I guess. Well, I can have money. Kinda sucks that I basically just got double whammy for that. Sell the scrap. Do I take a risk? Sell me a ship mine. No, I kind of need the food. I need the food. Can't work this anymore. Okay, well, I got my energy back. Complete active scene. Oh, there's an active scene. I still have to do. Where is this active scene you speak of? Not there. Where are you taking me, game? Oh, you. Nikita. Spot Nikita on the track on the farm stack. She has a box on her shoulder and she is working her way down the slope. Sees you as she approaches. Neither you of you speak for a moment. She looks tired, pale, her hair tangled in clumps of dirt cling to her armor. Both of you catch and eye each other. Nikita. She holds up her hand. Sleeper. Takes a deep breath. I'm sorry for what happened. I truly am. He looks down. I'm sorry you ended up in the middle of this. And all you have shown me is kindness. She rubs her face. I'm sorry. It's okay. She nods and looks up at the stars. I've never... Stops herself. Thank you. Kita shifts her way to the box. I've been preparing for... She grimaces. Look, can you come with me? Lead on. Nikita leads down the dirt path between the pillars. Their wind passes through the greenway, perk of the air currents the biosphere maintains. It ruffles the leaves softly. Sound makes the silence more obvious, more complete. Try not to think of the last time you were here. You have been trying not to think of it for the last few cycles. The image of a sleeper, sprawled, twisted open, connected to the ship mine. It has been hard to forget. You realize Ankita is leading you back there. Back into the drum in the center of the stack. Paws trembling a little. At the threshold she turns. What are you doing? He looks at you with empty eyes. What needs to be done? You stand at the threshold and look at the tanks, green and wet. Some glowing and flickering glow lamps. You look down at Ankita and suddenly so small under the Hulking rain. Smallest she has ever looked. She places the box down. Follow her in. You follow Ankita into the stack through a low tank, entering the drum at the ground level. It's just as beautiful as you remember, but it barely touches you. Instead, you check the aperture of the tanks for the glint of a weapon, shadow among the moss. Ankita stops and you look down. Mossy island at the center of the island is clear now. Equipment is cleared away. In its place, a mound of dirt. loosely covered with moss. Ashton's rifle stands straight, half buried in the dirt at the grave's head. I buried them together, Ankita says without turning. Both stand there in silence for a little while. You think of a question you could ask about Ashton, about the sleeper. How long did you know him? Takes a moment to respond. For a moment, you think she won't. Then the words come gushing out. He signed on a while ago. He used to run to reckon for corporate outfit, but he got sick of the pay. He joined the crew as a sniper, and a few jobs were a breeze. He was so cold and disconnected, it always hit his marks. Last few jobs, though, it was different. I noticed that. We've been a period of extended shore leave in the eye when he came back and he was changed. I assume he had just too much time off. He was right. I would never have given him the ship mine. I wouldn't have believed him. I've had crew members double-cross on me, undercut me, rat me out. That's the business. He wasn't a good person. None of us on this job are. It's how we die, alone. She stops, not sure what to add. It seems like she is reaching for something, but she can't quite get there. Feel the gap between you. As you do, it widens. The water drips, the moss trembles, and both of you stand in silence a while longer. Both feel it, like life creeping back in it. Silence ending. Nikita shifts her weight and then stands to walk out. Follow her, suddenly eager to. You act back on the open greenway. Be away from this place forever. Stand outside and breathe the fresh air. You stand the green leaves and then the stars wheeling above them. That's it, says Ankita from somewhere behind you. You try to think of something to say, but you can't. Ankita puts her hand on your shoulder. You turn back on her. At least take this. She forces a handful of cryo chits on your hands. It's what I owe. She looks at you desperately. Look down at the metal bars like little things. Drop the chit. Open your hand and let the chits fall on the floor. They clunk on the dirt. She does not pick him up. Turn without saying a word and continue up the track. She does not follow. Leap. As you walk up the rise, wind picks up and leaves the shutter. You walk faster, trying to outpace your anger. Try to think of those ugly metal bars in the dirt. Your life has to be worth more than that. It has to be. Damn. Is that the end for Ankita's story? We basically just... She just murders someone and we just see it and it's like, alright, well, okay. I guess so. Doesn't seem like I have any more for it. Alright, well, I'm about to die. But at least Ankita's story is over. To the founders, Harry! We'll take a nap. And the cycle... Okay, we got a squad of 4s. That's all we need for the gun, by the way. Oh, no, we need a 5 for the gun. Let's work. How did you get a negative? My God. You serious? Okay, well, again, fucking sucks. I don't think I'm doing that. It's so unlikely I'll finish that before I die, I guess. Okay, so I'm gonna sell everything I have, because I feel like if I want to solve that, it's gonna be this. So here, have my Yatagan Data. Have my Fragments. Have money. I need to sell this Ripper. I think it's somebody here. Doesn't pay very well. Buy another one of these. And we don't need to buy that yet. We'll buy it on 4s, so we'll still keep having 4s, I guess. Got a 6. Really just want a 5 so we can buy it. Send to the hub. Six. Four. We're at 50%. Take the risk. Okay, we got a positive there. We need to get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So I'll definitely eat it today. Then we have to get at least a hacking of something so we can get money. And then we'll sell this to Haven. We have money to buy food for the next days, I guess. Take the drug. And end the cycle. Okay, we got some stuff. Gonna buy food. Two days. Oh, we got a 5, so we gotta use it here. Get the gun. Grab the gun. The gun tucked away safely into a pocket. You work your way down the stairs that led up the office. A doorman passes you and exchange nods. It seemed like you were both in the clear. You hurry on, eager to get out of here before anyone spots anything. Come down the main stairway. In the front of the club, you see Ethan entering. There's a dark look in his eyes which troubles you. Reaching into the pocket of his coat, slowly, carefully. Catch his eye and raises an elbow. You shake your head. Long pause, then he nods. Turns around, walking back out of the club. Exhale, not realizing you were holding your breath. Then you're out. Without a single shout and without anyone noticing, you meet Ethan around the corner in a quiet, bright market walkway. Have it. What were you doing back there? I was about to start a distraction. Just like we agreed? Show me. Lift out your pocket. It is colder, heavier than you expected. Then watch as you take it out. Nice. Now, if you would, he beckons with his hand. Memory jumps into his mind, and Ethan the compressor, and hand out, asking for his gun back. Memory followed sharp, dissing pain. You flinch. Give him the gun. Ethan eagerly grabs the hand, looks down the sights. He sighs a sigh of relief. Then he meets your eye and slowly raises the gun until it is pointed directly at your head. Not funny. You still don't get it, do you, Sleeper? Ethan spits. When they canceled my contract, I lost everything. My reputation, my payout, any way of getting out of the shitty station. Everything. All I had left was you, a naive little sleeper with a heart of gold. I couldn't believe it worked, he laughs. Now we are done. Stay silent. He slides you the slate out of the jacket. With the other hand, now to call Maywick. Are you crazy? You are crazy, Sleeper, for thinking I'd kill one of my own for you. For what? For helping me wash dishes? He laughs loud and loud. You hate him for it. He prods the slate. Done. Puts it away. He's here, you know, on the station. I've been speaking with him. He tells me that we can split the contract. Not 50-50, but enough to find a finder's fee if it can get out of the shithole. He's lying. At this point, Sleeper, I'm not sure you're the one who I'd trust to spot a lie, he winks. Ethan glances around. I've learned one thing about you, though, Sleeper. In all your cycles working in a shitty club, he smiles. People never know when to cut and run. It's like these, they freeze in the headlines when their future is bearing down on them. They watch it coming, watch their death flying in fraction drive speed. You had every chance and yet you still kept going, like some idiot robot, going through the motions even though you knew you'd be crushed, he smirks. At least, let me tell you something else. God enters his upper back and he crumples immediately to the ground. You drop too, without thinking, pressing yourself on the walkway. Like it may save you. Silence. You look up and see him down the walkway, silent, eyes alight. Maywick. Risen fear. Here it comes. You see it, but Ethan's crumpled body, the gun. Move. Yeah. You inch forward. Move. You go for it. Run forward, a shot of the ground. You ripple down the over back, then your hands are on the gun. Scramble to your knees behind Ethan's body and fire. Close your eyes. You fire again and again and again until the clip is empty and all left are clicks. Drop the gun and stand up. You don't hear anyone running. You don't hear anything. You just hear the sounds of your own breath. Start walking, stepping over Ethan's static body, walking along the walkway, and then past Maywick, his eyes now dark, some mechanical fluid leaking from his chest. Perhaps the same fluid that is inside you. You try not to think of it. You keep going. The sound comes back. The eye comes back. As it does, so does the hear of the sound of 1,000 people getting on with their lives. Thousands of people who are just going to keep going until they can't anymore. You look up and all you see is wheeling stars. Spinning, you are suddenly dizzy. So, the eye has always spun like this, hasn't it? And you don't stop walking. You keep going. That's all there is now, the path forward. St. Arp has left you with no history, no past to speak of. The void that threatens to swallow you if you slow down. Think of Ethan's smile, his voice. Feel sick. It's over, isn't it? You aren't sure it can't be, but now you're still here. You can't stop now. There has to be a better end than this. Okay. So... Okay. Sure, apparently that happened. So... Too hard to kill. Still gonna show up any second now. They didn't take any condition damage, which is surprising. Well, I need 10 successes, so let's get at them. Well, I got 2, 4, 6. I need to get 6 successes in very little time. I do have the ability to maybe get it, but I just don't know if it will happen. I can sell the scrap I just got. That will buy me food. Alright. End the cycle. You wake up from your dream, Megwig's amber's eyes floating in a pool of dark fluid. It was difficult to get to sleep, and you suspect that it isn't about to change anytime soon, not after what happened. You also feel something else as you get up, a thumb up the power stud of the stove and begin to boil the water like every morning. You feel something has lifted, something that has been hanging over you ever since you arrived in the station. Try not to think of it too hard. Question it. Just let lightness stay and let it settle as you go through your routines. Your hope is that if you don't focus on it, don't look at it directly, it won't get scared and leave you. That lightness will stay for this cycle, and then another, and then another. Because after all that's happened, a little lightness would be nice. Well, it's not the best dice for this, but it's not impossible. Alright. I have to get 2 positives. Need to get 1 positive. Oof. 50-50. No! On the last one I failed. That sucks. That sucks. Well, unfortunately, I will not get it. But I no longer have anybody coming after me, though. I'm also starving, so... Oh well. Can't really do anything about it. This sucks. I had to succeed 1 time and I failed it. Starward Vector missed their window. He looks up, waiting for your response. Sorry. He looks away. Look, Sleeper, it's not all bad news. He pulls out a handful of change from her pocket. I managed to sell the produce last cycle. Just wanted me to make sure you got a cut. He hands over the chits. It's not going to be enough to get another contract, but we can downsize. Give up the mooring and just do component repairs in the bay. This tell you that to come up and get help whenever you feel like it. Pay by the shift, so... You okay? He looks at his feet. You saved me, you know? That? Nah, I'm just waiting to repay that. He meets your eye. Maybe there's still time for that. Moritz glances around, eager to leave. So yeah, up there sometimes we can. He rubs his pocket. That's no sweat if you can't make it. You don't need to worry about us anymore if you don't want to. With that, Moritz stalks away into the dark. This isn't your way you want it to end, maybe, you tell yourself, but it isn't over. Maybe there'll be another chance to make this work. Something tells you deep down Bliss has already used up all her chances. Hey, it's not my fault that I failed 2 50-50s. Okay? I had 2 50-50 chances and they both failed. I feel like the game did not want me to succeed. Also, I am starving and I don't really have... Oh my god, I have so much money. Why couldn't you give me this money before? I don't know. I feel like that irritates me enough that I think I'm just gonna quit this game now. I think that's it. I wanted that to be a success on that, and it failed. And that is just... It just feels bad. I'm not gonna lie, that just feels bad. One last job. I just heard Bliss is speaking with someone remotely. There's maybe one final job that I could take, but I don't know. Like, I thought the game would be over by this point, but it keeps going. So I feel like I'm going to call it here. And if we come back to it again, that's... I don't know. We'll see. I do want to stream these kind of games for everybody's enjoyment, but this is sort of a very dry game where everything is a story-based and there's not much to it, so we'll see. Let's go to the end screen, shall we? Let me put this away. Oh, what a game this is. I do everything I can to only lose. I lose. Not supposed to lose. Not in the script. Anyway, I'm gonna head out. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Thank you very much for everybody who stopped by. Idiot. People. I'm a loser. No! I'm a winner. See? I'm winning. I just didn't win the one that mattered, okay? It just didn't matter. The one that mattered didn't win. But I am tired. I've been speaking for about 4 hours. I'm gonna get out of here. You all have a wonderful day. Don't forget to stay wild. And you're cool for being here, for sticking around, for listening to me to dribble for 4 hours in a row.